Another young life lost to street violence. Yeah. This ain't entertainment. This is an invention. If the truth hurt your feelings, it probably needed to be said.
Yeah, truth over lies. We don't glorify pain. After streets, tryna break them chains. Quarter zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk. Truth over lies, it's real, no cap. No crash outs, no throwaway stats. OG's back, put order in place. Say to you, after streets, after case, yeah. I seen talent die for Instagram stare. YNs chasing clout, no plan, no prayer. Street code outdated, nobody wins. Same block, same cycle, same pen. They selling dreams, but it's really a trap. Labels love bodies, they don't love blacks. We need leaders, not shooters with aim. Need fathers in homes, not candles in name. Quarter zip weather, modern legacy. Talk money, discipline, equity. I ain't judging, I'm correcting course. Truth hit hard, but it says truth over lies. We don't glorify pain. After streets, tryna break them chains. Quarter zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk. Over lies, we don't glorify pain. After streets, tryna break them chains. Quarter zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk. OG talk, pull a chair, sit down. Ain't no honor in a jailhouse gown. They told you drill was the way to shine. But the real killer's time and fine. They cheering when you crash out young. Then forget your name when the sentence come. We ain't anti-culture, we anti-death. Anti-mama crying, anti-breath, last left. You wanna be a man, build something real. Stocks, trade, skill set, something you can feel. After streets ain't hate, it's level spine. We tryna get you old, not viral online. Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. After streets, we need you here. Quarter zip vision, future focused kings, break generational suffering. Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. After streets, we need you here. Quarter zip vision, future focused king, break generational suffering. We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men, not bury boys. Truth over lies.
Truth over lies. Truth over lies.
We see through the disguise. They keep us distracted while the world's on a fire.
Truth over lies.
Global games ain't playing. If we don't stay focused, we'll never get our land. They talk world peace, while they loading the weapons. Same script, different villains, same global direction. US pointing fingers that is well on screen, but the real war invisible, messing with minds of the people we seen. They say pick a side, red or blue, while the money keep printing and the truth stay new. Black folks caught in the middle of a chessboard play. Entertainment distractions keep us arguing all day. They don't want unity, they want noise. They don't want leaders, they want angry boys. Scrolling, debating, beefing online. While rapper for action get better in the headline.
Truth over lies.
They selling fear on the news. If we don't see the pattern, we'll keep falling for the rules.
Truth over lies.
Same empire, new face, so distracted people never win the race. They weaponize conflict, divide the globe.
Sanction, invasion, money controls, but tell Black America to stay entertained while generational path never got reclaimed. Reparations ain't charity, it's a debt. Stolen labor, stolen land, don't forget. They want us beefing over nonsense and cloud, while the real conversation never comes out. Peace ain't possible without truth involved. You can heal a wound you refuse to resolve, so we staying locked in, eyes wide open. No distractions, we decoding what's spoken. Focus, they want us blind, unfocused. focus. We too young to be hopeless. No more smoke screens, no more circus shows. Truth over lies. Truth over lies.
They selling fear on the news. We don't see the pattern, we keep falling for the rules.
Truth over lies.
Same empire, new face, the distracted people. Never win a race.
Truth over lies.
Mr. Walker. Truth over lies. World politics. Black focus. No distractions.
Another young life lost to street violence. Yeah, this ain't entertainment, this is intervention. If the truth hurts your feelings, it probably need to be said.
Truth over lies, we don't glorify pain. At the streets trying to break them chains. Quarters in mindset, grown men talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk.
Truth over lies, we don't glorify pain. At the streets trying to break them chains. Quarters of mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk.
Truth over lies, this real, no cap, no cap, no crash outs, no throwaway stats, waste that. OG's back, put order in place. Say to you, left the streets, left the cage.
Yeah, I seen talent die for an Instagram stare. Wine chasing clout, no plan, no prayer. Street code outdated, nobody wins. Same block, same cycle, same pens. They selling dreams, but it's really a trap. Labels love bodies, they don't love blacks. We need leaders, not shooters with aim. Need fathers and homes, not candles and names. Quarter zip weather, mind on legacy. Talk money, discipline, equity. I ain't judging, I'm correcting course. Truth hit hard, but it save you more.
Truth over lies, we don't glorify pain. If the streets trying to break them chains. Quarters zip mindset, grown man talk. Lead the YNs before they chalk line walk.
Yeah, OG talk, pull a chair, sit down. Ain't no honor in a jailhouse gown. They told you drill was the way to shine, but the real killers is time and fines. They cheering when you crash out young, then forget your name when the sentence come. We ain't anti-culture, we anti-death. Anti-mama crying, anti-breath, last left. You wanna be a man, build something real. Stocks, trade, skill set, something you can feel. If the streets ain't hate, it's love with the spine. We tryna get you old now, viral online.
Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. If the streets, we need you here. Quarters of vision, fit your focus, kids. Break generational suffering. Truth over lies, say it loud, say it clear. If the streets, we need you here. Quarters of vision, future focus, kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men,
Not bury boys.
not bury boys.
Truth over lies.
Welcome. Live Tuesday, Truth Over Lies, brought to you by Cart Before the Horse Productions. How you feeling today, Mr. Walker?
Yes, sir. I am feeling freaking-tastic per usual. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, El Nug Nugs and Le Bonquishas. Welcome to Cart Before the Horse, Truth Over Lies. in affiliation with the Bougie Negro Podcast, and also, as all you Negroes know, in association with Ain't No Fun Once the Rabbits Got the Gun Entertainment. What's going on with you this fine truth over last Tuesday?
Welcome, man. Welcome, man. Truth Over Lies family. It is Tuesday. We back in the building. Make sure you guys hit the like button and subscribe to the channel.
We back like we never left. Y'all know what it is. Even if you don't know what it is, come one, come all, this fine February 17th, 2026. Gavin X and I are very much still in the mix, reporting live to you jive chickens with truth over lies. Oh my goodness, I already know what's coming. Last show got crazy. Had some hot topics that carried on over till today. So here we are. Let the madness commence.
That part. So we were up here last week cooking. You know, as y'all know, it is Black History Month. So we were talking, getting to the bottom of things. We were talking Jim Crow, civil rights, and some more stuff. And now tonight we want to keep moving the conversation forward. We definitely going to bring y'all up and we're going to cook.
That's what it was. Yes, a lot of learning. We went through and looked at the details of these policies and laws and what have you and whatnots. Shout out to education. Some of the stuff that we kind of learned in grade school, you know, paying dividends. We could pass it down or pay it forward. It's awesome. We learn it together. Won't he do it?
That part. So we got a lot of stuff to hit on tonight. All right. We plan on opening the panel up later. We might just start the show off, dropping the link. We'll let a couple of y'all come up. It's not a full panel. All right. Check my drift. But yeah, by the end of the show, we should let the rest of y'all up.
There we go. I know where Baba T at. I know when we had signed off last Truth Over Last, Baba T and OG or Chat Media was in uproar. So yeah, let us know, OGs, if y'all want to come up. Speaking of OGs, one of our freedom fighters passed away today. Reverend Jesse Jackson. May he rest in peace. Holy cow. You know, shout out to the OGs. I'm not old enough to know much of his work. I know everybody got enemies. I know it's a bunch of people that would say a whole bunch of bad things about him, which I don't think is cool. He done passed away now. But yeah, shout out and rest in peace to Jesse Jackson, man. Freedom fighter. I know ain't nobody perfect. He did his best, I guess. Yeah, man.
There you go. So he was part of, with Martin Luther King when they was doing the civil rights movement. And like we hit on last week, young men. Jesse was younger than Martin, so he was the little bro. I gotta understand, Jesse at the time was probably about 24 years old out there. Young man out there fighting. So of course, I'm sure they all got subdued to temptation and whatnot.
Thank you, Miss X. Thank you. I think that is huge. That point alone, because all the pictures and images and videos we see, they look like they was born 35, 40. But no, they were very young men, like Miss X said, still having immaturities, even though they was educated. They was trying to figure life out too, man. Yeah, rest in peace, old Jesse.
That part. So young, especially Jesse, like I said, he was in his early 20s, maybe even like 19, 20 when he first, young man. Now, like say, died, he's about 84, I think they say. So you just imagine 60 something years ago,
Seen a lot, man. Yeah, rest in peace to the old freedom fighter. Wonder, hopefully he took care of his estate. That's one thing. Like, this is another phase. Things don't stop after we pass away. Hopefully his estate and everything was taken care of, and the state and government ain't about to just come strip it to pieces.
Yeah, the problem what happened with most folks is like post civil rights. You know what I mean? The longer they live, the more stains got on their reputation and whatnot. But I think what they were doing initially was a good thing. like you said, after that, yeah, there was a lot of corruption and people had their own agendas. But I think up until about 64, 65, when, you know, it wasn't such a bad thing. But now everybody started doing their own things and people got opinions.
There's money start flowing around. Call it like it T.I. is. They were young and they weren't financially stable, to say the least. Some folks was impoverished. Yeah, we done seen some more in-depth stuff of Dr. Martin Luther King and their struggle. Like they was eating bologna sandwiches. They was struggling. All right, they just was wearing suits and stuff every day. So it looked like the hood struggle. But yeah, I can understand these young brothers being solicited with a lot of money and going one way or the other. It's unfortunate, but every race, every culture does it. It just seems like we will condemn ours to hell for doing it, which not saying it's right, but shout out to the X-Files.
And there you go. Like I said, same thing. So white folks won't condemn it. They'd be out there, put a MAGA hat on instead and ride for them. So that's what they do.
The most heinous crimes in humanity, and they just like chill out. Chill out. It's cool. It's cool. Redact it. It was nothing. Smoke and mirrors.
Nonetheless, that's why we're here tonight. Truth Over Lies. We're gonna get into it. We got some current events we're gonna get to before we get down any rabbit holes. I think I seen Leon King in the chat. So I know Leon probably definitely want to come up for this topic here. So we're going to get into it. Like I said, we're going to drop the link. We'll let 2 or 3 people come up at a time and we're going to cook up.
Leon, how you been, you jive turkey? Yeah, he got his real name up there. Wesley Bethe. What's up, Wesley? You look like a Wesley.
And I know this here might be a topic for Leon. So right now, the KISS founder, Gene Simmons, you know, he crashing out about the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He don't believe black folks belong in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Shut up, Gene.
The fact that, for instance, Iron Maiden is not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame when they can sell out stadiums, and Grandmaster Flash is.
Right.
Ice Cube and I had a back and forth, and, you know, he's a bright guy, and I respect what he's done. It's not my music. I don't come from the ghetto. It doesn't speak my language. And I said in print many times, hip-hop does not belong in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, nor does opera, symphony orchestras. How come the New York Philharmonic doesn't?
You know what, Gene?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Your thoughts ain't my thoughts.
So there you go. Gene said he don't come from the ghetto. When this dude is a whole immigrant, he a damn tether. Let's call it what it is. He an immigrant. He was not born here. So he come to the country. When we talk about civil rights, this ninja benefit from civil rights movement when he able to come into the country and ain't got to do a damn thing, but could sit up here and say, I ain't from the ghetto. I can't relate to them ninjas. You know, Ice Cubes and the Tupacs and the Grandmaster Flashes. Why are they in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
Ooh, saw. Shout out to Sinners. My gosh. How dare you come up here and insult the very people where music comes from us? You pale face ghost, you, my goodness. Tripping. We a rock and roll, you goof troop. I don't know much about his daggone catalog, don't care. But I can all but guarantee that some of his music was heavily influenced by somebody darker than me. When you go deep enough down the line. Shut up, dude. Like this, like
and Leon, look at Leon.
You a lie, and the truth ain't in
That's
you.
all right. The link is in the chat, and you're gonna have to stand on it, Leon.
We are music. Music is us. What are you talking about, man? It don't make no sense. I get it. It's rage bait season with your old ass.
Get the rock and roll, because it's called the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. But he shot back and said, no, it's the spirit of rock and roll. Okay, fine. So Ice Cube and Grandmaster Flash and all these guys are in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I just want to know when Led Zeppelin's going to be in the Hip Hop Hall of Fame. Oh, you can't do that. Oh, really? No. Music has labels because it describes an approach By and large, rap, hip hop, it is a spoken word art. And you put, beats in back of it, and somebody comes up with a musical phrase, but it's verbal. There are some melodies, but by and large, it's a verbal thing. It's rhyming and all that.
He's acting like hip hop, R&B, jazz, anything black folks done, even rock and roll, we done it all. He act like what we do is like some just ragtag, they just putting on a beat with a drum and they just talking. Like rock and roll, we got instruments. We playing guitars. We doing things. We ain't just talking. Yeah. What the hell is you talking about?
You a liar.
That's a lie. And listen here, shout out to Tupac. Like Tupac, there's a conversation we had about Tupac, was he really street, all that stuff, but nevertheless, the brother was an artist. He definitely was. Like, you got Tupac. Yeah, Tupac, please, this stuff ain't just spoken word. These guys are lyricists. There's blues in there. There you go. Shut up, Gene. You cannot have any real rock and roll without blues in it. Same thing with hip hop. There's a blues tone to it. In this drill music is some deep dark blues, but it's all the same. It's blues. Where does blues come from, Gene? Huh? I'm trying not to yell. This is ignorance, and I'm being rage baited this evening.
Verbal. There are some melodies, but by and large, it's a verbal thing. It's rhyming and all that. And I know Eminem can go. I wish him more success. I really don't give a fuck. It just doesn't speak to me.
Then speak to him, Gene. We don't care. So he's saying here, yeah, I don't come from the ghetto. I don't do that. All right, I'm rock and roll. It doesn't relate. If it don't relate to me, y'all don't belong.
You know what? Shout out to the chat. I'm a bit cultured. I know about, Led Zeppelin. I like Led Zeppelin in the early years, Since I've Been Loving You, Twisted Sister, White Snake. And as I go down this mental list of rock and roll, glam rock greats, yeah, I'm sorry. Kiss ain't popping up. Come on, Leon King. Kiss is not there. They were a show. Look, they were we about to get checked. They go contact. They were circus freaks, man. Look at that. Seriously. They were glamorized grunge rock. But they are not with the greats. You're not about to say Kiss and Led Zeppelin, Kiss and White Snake, Kiss and Twisted Sister, Kiss and Cinderella.
With the genius of being able to put words and music and arrange it, it's much more complex.
Gene Simmons said hip hop has no place being in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. It's not his music. Excuse me, if I remember correctly, rock and roll is not your damn music neither, because that was created by black people. Yep. Look it up. I ain't even gonna argue with you. Argue with your mammy for not teaching you, and argue with history.
Hell! It's a damn shame, Gene, when you getting checked by Bonquisha. All right, this is down bad, Bonquisha. But don't try to claim something we created, brother.
Come on. I'm trying to listen here. I will always give credit where credit's due. Shout out to my white brother Andy, man. Him and his son, they big into guitars. That's where I learned about the Stratocaster guitars, like about being around my boys, and never have him talking about rock and roll. You want to know where the conversation always winds up? Little Richard and somebody else, folks. I don't know, but we started rock. There you go. Chuck Berry.
Look, Black Equity. He says there is no rock and roll without Chuck Berry, Big Mama Thornton, Little Richard, i.e. black people. Rock and roll came from the black experience.
Y'all don't even know, Little Richard had an alternate lifestyle, but he was a real one. It was what it was. A lot of your favorite rockers like Led Zeppelin, they play. I do believe a lot of them play drums and stuff for Little Richard. He taught them the craft. Yeah, some old, like I said, shout out to the movie Sinners. It's in there. This Gene Simmons is goofy.
Man, yeah, Jimi Hendrix. Jimmy one of the greatest. Yeah, when I used to work at the dealership, like you said, I worked around all white guys, and that's what they listen to on their radios is rock and stuff. And like I said, one of the guys I was cool with, he say, Jimi Hendrix is the baddest man to ever play a guitar. This is coming from white folks. So they would say it like, yeah, they think, but he'd be like, look, Jimi Hendrix, he would stress it. I'm telling you, he's the man when it comes to guitars.
It is, because it is what it is.
Even Prince, he would be like, Prince constraint. I mean, so many folks.
You can't have rock and roll without blues. That's a fact, Jack. I'm looking up Kiss. So Kiss got some accomplishments. So they hold the record for the most golden record awards. They got 30. That's the most of any band, 14 platinum. And see, they were inducted into the Hall of Fame. This is what they relied on. They redefined arena rock. This is, my goodness, this is the clout chasing. They like sellouts. They redefined arena rock with their theatrical makeup, pyrotechnics, and iconic merchandise empire. They were salesmen over it.
Man. Money. And shout out to Richard Media with the 10 ball. Says Gene Simmons and his mother, Flora Klein, immigrated to the United States from Israel in 1958. Living conditions there were characterized by severe economic depression.
Sound like the ghetto. Very interesting, Richard. Very, very interesting for him to say he ain't from the ghetto.
Oh, man.
Before it happened, baby. I'm not going to argue. You can't argue with facts. Look it up.
Hey y'all. So Gene Simmons of Kiss fame is under fire for comments he made regarding the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and basically stating that hip hop artists should not be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame because they're not rock and roll. He even went so far to talk about how he went back and forth with Ice Cube about it and that it's not, the music doesn't come from the ghetto, so it doesn't speak his language. So because of that, it should not be in there. And then he does mention a few other genres that he doesn't feel like should be in there. He's like, it's called the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And basically, acts that aren't, in his mind, rock and roll shouldn't be there. And then, of course, he tries to backpedal and say, well, he used ghetto because, ghetto originated from Jews and black people borrowed it. And so he's trying to backpedal on his black racism by saying that wasn't our word anyway, that we got it from another group of people. But in the end, he tries to reframe it in this article because people reached out to him regarding these comments and say, rock and roll owes everything to black people. All the major forms of music are owed to the roots of black people. And that's very true. And the reality is, sir,
Yeah, one thing we must understand about these old folks like Gene Simmons, the closer they get to the grave, they just start crashing out and not giving a damn. That's one thing we got to know about white folk in modern times. So they gonna start speaking their true feelings in the end. Look at like Hulk Hogan and some of these people. When they start seeing the Reaper closing in, they be like, hell, screw them ninjas. I always wanted to say it. With my bucket list. It's about 3 things on there. F them ninjas. They ain't do nothing.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Now I can rest in peace. Listen here, man. I get it and I respect it and I'm going to move accordingly. I'm going to be the same way. Only thing, I'm not holding my tongue. I ain't my type of deal. But what I am, my filter, Mr. X, is going to start to deplete more and more. And yeah, about time I'm 50. Man, don't say nothing dumb to me. I'm liable to hit you with some conviction to shake the earth. Don't leave me alone. I'm gonna leave y'all alone. Leave me alone.
That part. And shout out to Divine. He says, overall, for people like Gene Simmons, if you don't like FBAs, just say that instead of going on this fake diatribe about our music and what we do.
Yeah. You know what? I get it. I would all but guarantee no melanated folks, patronized him. Ain't no blues in his music.
You also stole from black people. So we know that you guys stole your whole concept of Kiss and your outfits and everything from Patti LaBelle and the LaBelles. So Patti LaBelle and the LaBelles wore space-aged type stuff like this. You can see the whole silver black aesthetic. And your manager saw this and went to the same costume designer and got similar outfits. So you have also stolen from Black people. And if we want to be real, rock and roll belongs to Black people. We created that whole genre. The whole genre was created by Black people. Everything in this types of music was created by Black people. All American music was created by Black people. Jazz, rock, R&B, hip hop, blues, country, folk, all of it was created by Black people. So rock and roll wouldn't be rock and roll without Black people. And if we want to start excluding groups, then let's exclude all the white people that stole their music from Black people and they're in the Black and Roll Hall of Fame. We can start there. I don't think if you stole your music from a Black artist, you should be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. So the first one we should be taking out, let's talk about Elvis. Let's move him from there because he stole Hound Dog and everything from Black women and Black men.
Everything.
Man. Yeah, Gene. This the problem with y'all. Gene, you should have just rolled this out into the sunset, kicked the bucket, rest in peace, and went on with your legacy. But when y'all open up y'all mouths, like I said, like Hulk Hogan, some of these people at the end of life, you tarnish your legacy. And then we start fact checking you and pulling out receipts and showing where you start stealing from us. So shut the hell up, Gene.
That's what it is. I'm sitting here trying to check myself. Like, why am I getting triggered? It's because this is we're talking about blues. Like you said, we're talking about our legacy as a people. That is emotional. That's spiritual, man. Again, shout out to the movie Sinners. Gene is a hater. I used to kind of like, the little kiss joke. Shout out to the show Family Guy. They always had kiss jokes. There you go. The only source or show keeping Kiss alive was Family Guy. that was it. But nevertheless, I got triggered because this is real, man. Y'all messing with our culture. Don't do that. Can we see? That's the problem. We got. I ain't asking the damn thing. Leave our culture alone, or else.
That's it. The only thing I think white folks can claim at this point is like death metal, like heavy death metal, head banging, mosh pit. Y'all can have it. All right.
Will not dispute that. You don't understand that. That's like y'all. That is like y'all deal. White folks will get together in the mud and gunk in a large pit, and they will sit there and flail their arms at each other, moshing. I know. I know somebody that did it, and his lady ended up getting hit. Y'all, wow. How's that fun? Go to a concert and get punched on purpose.
Do we want to really go there? White people, just shut up and stay out of business that really you are a visitor in, because it doesn't look good when you run your mouth and you sound ridiculous because you're talking about shit that you don't even own. Just be quiet.
Gene Simmons, the crunchy old dude from Kiss, is now public enemy number one. Gene did an interview recently where he shared his thoughts on Black music, hip hop, and what he calls the ghetto.
The fact that, for instance, Iron Maiden is not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame when they can sell out stadiums, and Grandmaster Flash is.
Right.
Ice Cube and I had a back and forth, and he's a bright guy, and I respect what he's done. It's not my music. I don't come from the ghetto. It doesn't speak my language.
And that's another part of it, where he's upset that some of his buddies didn't get in. So he's like, how you let the ninjas in when all of my friends didn't get in? He's like, first thing first, let all of my buddies in. The ninjas to the back of the bus, Jim Crow, y'all should be in the back. Let whites in first, then we may let y'all in.
There you go. You're right. Another one of their arena bands. There you go. So a lot of albums. Shout out to them. But it's listen here. You can't sit here and complain. This is some hate stuff. I could not imagine, seeing somebody getting inducted to a Hall of Fame like, oh, she don't deserve to be there. Like, it's the Hall of Fame. These are the halls of fame, are the greatest accolades humans, athletes, entertainers can. Hall of Fame. There ain't nothing greater. And you like, nah, let's fight. You're like, you a hater, G.
And before y'all start saying, he's right, he's wrong. He's wrong and he's been wrong. Since almost the start of this thing, they've included acts that weren't just in the rock genre. The only requirement is this. You just got to be old. I'm not making this up. Like, look, the only requirement is that you have to release a commercial recording 25 years prior to the year of induction. So, like, if you were getting inducted or nominated this year, you would have had to have released your first body of work in, like, 2000. Gene, where does it say rock music? Also, the first female inducted to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame was Aretha Franklin, the Queen of Soul. Please. Like, they just be saying stuff. And the bottom line is, Gene Simmons ain't got that much longer to live. And when he gone, I'm not saying R.I.P.
Let's talk about it. So yesterday, Gene Simmons attacked hip-hop's inclusion in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame because he says, I'm not from the ghetto. First, we have to address the elephant in the room. Yes, rock and roll is influenced by black music, and even Gene Simmons admits that fact. Not only does he concede that rock and roll owes everything to black music, he concedes that all American music owes everything to black people. So his issue is not so much with race as it is with class. So Gene Simmons, whose birth name is Chaim Witz, grew up in Israel and then moved to New York when his parents divorced. His issue with hip-hop seems to be people talking about hardship and struggle. His whole thing is, I know a thing or two about struggle, but you don't hear me talking about that in my music. That, of course, is bullshit because there's no shortage of black artists who are inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame who talk about struggle and hardship. Strange Fruit was not about kiwis. B.B. King, Curtis Mayfield, Say It Loud, I'm black and I'm proud. And Aretha Franklin was monitored by the FBI for 40 years. So the idea that struggle and rock and roll don't mix is just not true. So what's at play here? Gene Simmons really just doesn't like the success of rap and hip hop. Because in 2016, he predicted that 10 years from now, rap will die. Well, here we are in 2026. Because hip hop has replaced rock and roll as the music of the youth rebellion. Of course, Run DMC belongs in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. They were doing collaborations with Aerosmith. The great irony, of course, is that Kiss is most known for branding and merchandising than actual music. The band was just 5 years old when this made-for-TV movie came out. This is the type of stuff that actually got them inducted.
No, there you go. Like you said, branding, merchandise, and just jealousy. And rest in peace to Brother Jesse. Look at young Aretha. Like you said, Aretha was investigated by the FBI for 50 years or so. Like you said, been fighting for the movement. Rest in peace, sister. And I think Aretha passed away. Correct me if I'm wrong. And here we go. Like you say, it's a class thing. So it's not really got a problem with black people. He don't mind if Jimi Hendrix get in or, you know, different folks. It's the class thing. He don't do the rap and the mumba the jumbity.
Mumba the jumbity. Again, disconnect. See, I wouldn't even have, you know, shout out to this, but he said the same thing I said. I would not even been, you know, rightfully hating on them on their merchandise sales. Get it how you live. The problem is on Kevin Samuels' internet, folks come up here talking out the side of their neck, just right, like you said, mistakes right off into the sunset. But you weren't relevant, and that's what it was. Who in the heck was thinking about the band Kiss before Gene came up here, opened his big old mouth once again? Nobody.
And here we go. Back to this. It's called the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, but it's simply just the Music Hall of Fame. All right, that's basically what it is. The only eligibility, like he said, you got to be at least 25 years in the game. And that's it. It has nothing to do with genre or anything. So stop that. Like I said, classical, all type of people get into it.
Just ignorance, pure ignorance. Shout out to your merchandise sales, Gene. Good job. That's all this. My last time seeing him on the show, you know, he was walking through his house. It was like MTV Cribs, so real old. He's walking through his house, showing all his merchandise. Like they put Kiss on everything. You see the condoms, everything. They were selling merch. So ain't nobody mad at that. But now you want to talk about folks don't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame because of their musical accolades. Ninja, relax.
Man, and shout out to G Honda over at the Stillmatic. Shout out to Outkast for being inducted into the 2025 Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. You can plan a pretty picnic, but you can't predict the weather. Miss Jackson, Outkast.
Shout out to ATL.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
And as far as Gene Simmons, we kicking him down the pit.
Yeah, 2 feet.
Madness.
Fuck is you talking about?
This is Sparta!
You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to hide. You gotta count your blessings. You're sitting at the table. You hear me?
out, things will get brighter.
You know, I kind of feel bad now. I realized there is this older guy in my community. He looks like Gene Simmons from Kiss, and he tries to. Like, he's kind of like a unofficial person. And he got like a motorcycle with Kiss stuff all loaded. Now, you know, I kind of don't like him so much.
That part. So here we go. That's fine, because tonight, y'all see the title? It says, Dear America, our fight ain't everybody's fight. So I'm going to bring this next story up. We got the next hot topic here, which is in the news. Shout out to brother MJ. Y'all see Michael Jordan won the Daytona 500 as a team owner. I believe he's the first black man to do that. And white folks is mad that he done crossed over into NASCAR. He done won the Daytona 500.
And he sued him. So he done sued him and won the race. Get him, MJ. Get him. Shout out to MJ. This is awesome. All right, but okay. That's good. Ain't nothing bad. That's awesome. They can be mad if they want to. Get him, MJ. There you go. I want to see white man's race cars with the Jordan Jumpman on the side. Now that I could get along with.
I can't even believe it. Yeah, I mean, it was so gratifying. I mean, we had 4 guys that were really fighting, that was helping each other out. I mean, you never know how these races going to end, right? It's like you just try to survive. And, you know, I thought Riley did an unbelievable job by pushing at the end. You know, that shows you what teamwork can really, really do. I mean, he doesn't get enough credit. He won't get enough credit, but we feel the love. We understand exactly what he did. And, I mean, we just hung in there all day. I mean, we great strategy by the team, and we gave ourselves a chance at the end. And, look, I'm ecstatic. I mean, I don't even know what to say. It feels like I won a championship, but until I get my ring, I won't even know.
And here we go. So go from this, you know, Mike celebrating like y'all saying he done sued NASCAR and won, then come and win their biggest race. And now they trying to paint a dark picture over Mike now. Soon as the race ended, here comes the propaganda.
What the fuck? Oh my God.
The fuck is you doing, Mike?
Until I get my ring, I won't even know.
What the fuck? Oh my God.
The fuck is you doing, Mike? You over here grabbing little boy's cheeks? This little boy so damaged, he don't even know nobody back there grabbing his ass. Whole ass numb. You done grabbed this man whole 2 cheeks. That's why LeBron James always gonna be my, I don't give a fuck about that flop, and he ain't known for fucking with no kids. I'm about to burn these bitches. Yep. They going in.
Tyler Reddick's son had a chunk of ice. You can see that Tyler Reddick's son's shirt is completely saturated, and Michael Jordan trying to help a little kid out. Let me get those chunks of ice out of your back.
It initially looks shocking, and I think there's a...
Oh, here we go. The propaganda machine.
My God.
So they on stage after the race, they receiving the trophies, you know, they're literally on the podium. Cameras is going live. And like I said, the boy got ice in him. They was dumping Gatorade baths. And he trying to get ice out of his shirt. It looks away, but initially people say, oh, Mike on the Steen list and all this crazy stuff. They instantly diminish his character instantly after the race. They like, ain't no way. Let's find some dirt. They say, oh, yeah, look at him. And this start going viral. And then now people come out like, no, here's the truth. And he was getting the ice. Like, this is the dude's son. So I believe this is the racer, you know, his racer, the dude that won, the driver, you know, and obviously he's cool with the family. You know, they on stage, everybody's celebrating, and they making a lot out of this.
Mike, MJ, I can't stand the culture behind your shoes, brother, but kudos on this. Listen here. How old is Mike? 60-some years old? Like I'm trying. It look weird because of what's going on in the world. Like, but when you see something weird, and especially whenever your mind goes to an extreme place, it is best that every last one of us get more information before, because you know, it's either he's getting ice out of his shorts or he's doing something worth condemning. But then let's rewind. Out of all the stuff that's going on with the X-Files, you really think, you know, some horned up, X-File person gonna be up here like, let me get my freak on in broad daylight on the stage while all the cameras is watching. It like the allegations don't even make any sense. Like, we got to stop being so quick to demonize our own people. And I don't even like Jordan's shoes, so understand that the messenger. I'm the first one to say the heck with his shoes. But golly, y'all trying to put him, you know what I'm saying, in Guantanamo Bay. Goodness gracious.
Completely saturated, and Michael Jordan is completely saturated. He ain't no fuck. Had a chunk of ice. You can see that Tyler Reddick's son's shirt is completely saturated, and Michael Jordan trying to help a little kid out. Let me get those chunks of ice out of your back.
It initially looks shocking, and I think there's a reasonable explanation for it.
Yeah,
it looks like he's trying to get stuff out of his shirt and pants.
I think that's exactly.
It's shocking the first time you see it.
It looks shocking. Please do your due diligence and realize that it was chunks of ice that were in the kid's back area by his waistline of the shorts, and Michael Jordan was not grabbing his ass. He was grabbing the cubes of ice to try to break them up and make them fall down, and they fell down on his legs, and he wiped them off his legs. None of us are doing it just because we all love Michael Jordan, which we all do.
He wasn't in the Epstein files?
No, he was not.
I mean,
he was not.
This was a thing. I mean, we would probably know about it.
So here we go. This is the machine, the powers that be. That's why we say our fight ain't everybody's fight. Even though Mike, haven't been standing on business throughout his career, it's unfortunate that folks are still riding for Mike, even all these years later. But here we are. Egregious.
Like, yeah, see, here's my thing. Like, again, like, I was never really a Michael Jordan fan for real. I never really was. I ain't gonna hold you, but this is, come on, and I get it. Folks get disconnected from where they come from, whatever. If you start making a lot of money, you gonna make some enemies. Even if you don't, maybe it's just because you don't do nothing. Shout out to Glow and Brorilla. But yeah, like I said, your Nike shoes ain't good for the culture. Okay, that's a conversation could be had. But you up here doing, just terrible things to underage folks. Like, no, we got to confirm before that. Don't say these things out loud until you get heavy confirmation. Because like Mr. X said, the rumors are damaging themselves. I'm pretty sure in some folks' eyes, my MJ's, image is forever tainted because of lies.
Yes. And like you say, MJ's been accused of a lot of stuff over the years. So I think this is his Negro wake-up call. It's kind of like, reminiscent of maybe like OJ. OJ got too big for his britches and thought, I'm no longer black. I'm above y'all. If Mike was, treading that territory, like with the whole thing, they ask him, who you make shoes for? When they say Republican buy shoes too. So I make shoes for everybody. And then years later, they say he was investing all that money into the private prison system and stuff like that. So people have been calling Mike out for years, but here we are.
Listen, I get it. Here's my thing. It's very easy to villainize people. I just like to take the approach, look deeper, at the situation. I had the scenario. You got a CEO that cuts, jobs, 10,000 jobs, and he can recoup, whatever, $10 million. That sounds terrible, right? Oh, big CEO. But what if this father did that just so he can fund his son's and or daughter's dream? You see what I mean? Like, I understand. I lost my job. F your son's and daughter's dream. I get it. But when we look deeper, some things can start to make sense and we can subdue some of the hate.
There you go. So, yeah, different kind of relationship. I see y'all saying, would y'all let Mike do that to y'all kids? Like I said, this is Mike's boss. This is his boss. He spent a lot of time around him. They obviously know you work for this man. So, he dumping millions of dollars into you and this race car and your team. Y'all all very intimate. I'm sure the kid probably looks up to him, the whole deal. So it ain't just like some random stranger.
Do what to his kid? Like, see, yeah, no, come on, like, see that? There it is again. Do what to my kid? Help get ice out of his pants because he's sitting there being a goofy kid like they. Why, if you don't feel comfortable with folks around your kids, keep them away from them, please, and thank you. Because then that's on you. Yeah, if you an adult, if somebody around you and they mishandle your kids, that's on you. What we talking about? But nevertheless, all he did was help get some ice off the kid. See, it's already done. Tainted.
So there you go. Yeah, like you said, context. I wouldn't let just anybody do it to, touch my kids. I don't care what you're doing, ice or whatever. But like you said, these people have a personal relationship. So different.
So yes, I would let him get ice out of my kid's shorts. What do you think he's doing, person?
There you go. I mean, it's all the context, like you said. Michael Jordan, if I'm the race car driver and I'm driving his cars, that's a whole different thing. But if I don't know you, don't touch my kids. Like I said, it's a double-edged sword.
Exactly. Yeah, shoot, Mr. X done threw my son around a couple of times out playing on the work site. And it is what it is. It's beautiful. But like I said, that's crazy. He ain't grown. If y'all want MJ to be that, go ahead. It's already done. White man won again. He won again.
Yes. I mean, yeah, it's a dicey. And shout out to Black Unity. Says, I'm a big Jordan hater, but even if I didn't buy the BS narrative about the fourth greatest shooting guard in NBA history.
But even I didn't buy. Who's the fourth? Okay. Listen, y'all know I don't know sports. Appreciate you, Black Unity.
We appreciate you, brother. So as far as Mike go, tread lightly. Yeah, I would say, man, I think it's harmless, but like I said, if he was walking down the street and just seen some strange kid and did that, it'd be 1,000 times more egregious. But knowing there's a relationship between these people and the cameras is rolling, I don't see any problem.
Do we not understand? Thank you, Mr. X. Do we not understand the power of social media? Like, this is it. We say it, we see reels about it, but we don't acknowledge it in the goddamn moment. Anybody gets this footage and they're the first ones to start plastering over YouTube MJ inappropriate contact with a kid. It looks like it's a reputable news source or whatever, and it's over. That's the wicked and evil power of social media. We got to be aware of this and be like, wait a minute. Like I said, anytime we get extremes, just wait a second before we go touch on it. Shout out to Mr. X. Anytime there's a wild news thing that pops up, Mr. X always says, let's get more information first. Can we do that?
That part. Mm-hmm.
Money.
Shout out to the Hustlers Philosopher with the 10 ball. Says COINTELPRO equals black brainwashing. He just won that lawsuit. He doesn't take helicopters. But he says character deletion is obviously the next move.
There you go. A shout out to Kobe. Yes. Listen, man. That's why. Yeah, shout out to your Hustlers Philosopher. Straight like that.
I think that got a lot to do with it. So a lot to do with nothing. I think this is the machine trying to destroy his character. Like I said, he won the lawsuit, won the race. And like, ain't no way. And it seemed like something. So on the surface, all right, we got something. It can last for a couple hours in the news before they debunk it, but it is newsworthy if you're a troll.
Did y'all not see Drewski's skit? Do we not understand NASCAR culture? Drewski just went viral making a skit on NASCAR culture. MJ I'm trying not to yell. He just sued them, won one of their most coveted races. You don't think they try and get some get back immediately? And Mike being too comfortable. We're gonna place that. There you go. We're gonna place that on the Mr. X. Being too comfortable, you gave them a way in. Done and done.
There we go. So for that, we're gonna take this whole situation to the sub and keep it moving.
The passengers of the doomed Titanic sub spent their last moments in total darkness looking for bioluminescent creatures out of the small window and listening to their favorite music. The new details of the 5 passengers' final moments have been revealed by the wife and mum of the father-son duo.
Wade in the water, diamond wade. in the water. Something's gonna trouble the water. You better wait in the water. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man, I'm hot, man. Shout out to Mike, man. My goodness, like, yeah, they got these X-Files all wild. These crazy white folks out here all but eating folks. They probably doing that too. And we worried about MJ getting ice out of some little boy shorts in broad daylight with millions of spectators live and via broadcast. Yeah, my God.
Well, like I said, I'm not triggered because I know it's a double-edged sword. We say it all the time that, you know, Mike is not a humble person. So this grace and humility, this is not reserved for Michael Jordan. Trust me, he is not. So I'm not so quick to go to bat for him because right now he's expecting black folks to come to bat for him because, you know, he getting his Negro wake-up call. So it's kind of like the OJ thing. Don't be so quick to dismiss your people and then on the end of your life, now we got to come to bat for you.
I agree.
Anything like, you know, Bill Cosby, even though Bill was riding in and out, but same type of stuff. So
I agree when we talking about the individual, but with dang near every case that we talk about up here, whether it's day in, whatever, when it comes to our people, like, let's generalize. So when I'm talking about MJ, I'm also just talking about black men in general that may be in these positions of power or at this celebrity. Yeah, MJ, tainted. Yeah, definitely. I agree with that. But let's just going forward. All right. Let's get more information on our people before we condemn them.
So yeah, just wonky. So here we go. We're gonna keep it moving. Y'all see the thumbnail? It says, "Dear America, our fight ain't everybody's fight." We're gonna move over to the good Dr. Umar in the FDMG Academy.
We open.
Line. This is some shit. All this money in donations. In Pagiola. There's nothing here. So if you donated, you better go get your money back because this shit ain't never gonna open. Congratulations. You played yourself.
A few moments later.
Thank you to all my donors around the world. I know it has been 7 long years. I know it has been 7 long, hard, tough, grueling years, but we are here, baby. The school is absolutely done. The school is fully done. The school is completely done. And on Tuesday, because government is closed on Monday to celebrate white supremacy presidency. The government is closed on Monday to celebrate white supremacy presidency. But on Tuesday, I'll be contacting the city to request an inspection of the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Elementary School and Gym. Brothers and sisters, thank you for those of you who stood with me. Not the fakes and the phonies. Not those who act like you supported me but didn't trust me, didn't believe me. You listened to the struggle streamers and the scammers. You believed them. Okay? I want to thank the real people.
So we're gonna stop it for a second. Shout out to Dr. Umar. So he claimed he got the school open. You know, people have been trolling him for years. It's a pretty big school. So it's a large endeavor. He's trying to take over and he claims it's open. Everything done. It just needs to be inspected. Get a couple stamps of approval and get the kids in there.
It just needs to get inspected. Then it's not done. That could be it. They come in there, inspect it, and be like, "Up, this ain't done. This ain't up to code. That ain't up to code. You got to strip this wall out, get sprinklers. See, and then it's more months and months of donations and delays. So until you get the inspection and get permit to occupy and permit to occupy, it ain't open.
Listen here, I hope and pray Dr. Umar get this school open. I know a lot of y'all hate on Umar. I will ride with Umar before I ride with Michael Jordan. I tell y'all that. So, because at least he's trying to do something.
Now I got to process that. That's a lot. I don't know.
Line. This is some shit. All this money in donations.
Of the Frederick Douglass. Thank the real people, brothers and sisters. I want to thank the real people, brothers and sisters.
I want to thank the real people for standing with me because our time has come. Happy birthday, Frederick Douglass. Your gift is this school. Frederick Douglass always wanted to open a school, brothers and sisters. My cousin Frederick Douglass always wanted to open a school, brothers and sisters. My cousin Frederick Douglass always wanted to open a school, brothers and sisters, and I'm opening it for him. I am going to open the school for you, cousin. Don't you worry. The blood of Bailey is alive and well. The legacy of Frederick Douglass is alive and it is well. The legacy of Bishop Richard Allen is alive and well. I might become an AME pastor. Y'all think I should become an AME pastor? Should I become an AME pastor, brothers and sisters, and talk to and preach the gospel of Black Christ? Should Dr. Umar become an AME pastor and turn FDMG into an AME church on Sundays? Should I call up the AME leadership and turn the John Jacques Dessalines Nat Turner Gymnasium into a branch of the AME church on Sunday morning? What do y'all think?
Yeah! Shout out to Umar. I'm riding with Umar. Donations. Donate. All he needs is the resources. That's it. All right, tell Michael Jordan to donate some of that bread. Quit building all them prisons. All right, donate to the academy.
And you, Mr. X, I expect to see you in the front pew of his church. Deacon, matter of fact, Deacon Gavin X, $100 every Sunday. Yeah, come on with it. There you go. All right, listen, I'm not condemning. I'm sitting back and watching. I'm still not. So I love the energy behind the school. It's beautiful. I was introduced to Dr. Umar via Hidden Colors, the documentary, and all that. So I was riding with him. And then y'all seen the circus just like I saw. And I'm like, I don't know. I got to stand back. I understand as humans, we're all flawed. But as men, you must be able to admit when you are wrong, or, that's number one. And all these donations and gifts and $500 dates. Come on, man.
Into a branch of the AME church on Sunday morning. What do y'all think? And preach the good gospel of Garveyism and the good gospel of the Black Christ. What do you think, brothers and sisters?
After 11 years and countless $10 donations, Umar Johnson is finally opening up that school. Wake up, y'all. This is Black History Month news. And thank you to Live Bites for capturing this live stream. I'm going to tag them below if you want to watch the rest of Umar's live stream. Now, to be clear, it's actually been 11 years, but still a win is a win. Now, this fantastic article was published by Janine Bowie over on Medium, and I encourage you to listen to it because it's really an eye-opening experience. Now, the article goes on to discuss how the school is a failure, but according to Umar Johnson, come Tuesday, which is tomorrow, he's actually going to get a school inspection to have the school open. Now, if you were listening closely to this live stream, Umar Johnson said that the FDMG is now an elementary school, but remember prior, it used to be an all-boys academy. And I'm a little curious as to why it changed, but maybe it was a regulatory thing in order to get the school opened faster. Now, I'm actually very happy the school's opening finally, so he can finally get those people off his neck. But I saw this comment and I cackled a little bit. Now, somebody in the comment section says all the kids who signed up for that school are grown now. They're grown now. But if he does open an elementary school, I'm sure more children will sign up to attend. But let me know you guys' thoughts. Are you excited about tomorrow? We're going to be following this story very closely because I want to see any updates in regard to the school because finally it's about time.
There we go. So that's why I say I hope he do get it open. So we got to allow him to fail. That's my whole point. I'm not ever sitting up here wishing on anybody's downfall. Allow him to open it, and then we'll look at the grade scores and whatever the case, and then we'll be able to deem it a failure. But if he get it open, get some kids in there. This might be an answer, but it might not be.
There you go. Saying I second that motion, Mr. X. Yes, and we all should. Ain't looking for the brother to fail. Definitely don't want that.
Hell, y'all send y'all kids to some of these public schools where the grades, where they're all graduating at like a second grade read level. So I would say give it a shot. What's worse?
And now, no, I'll even give him more credit, Mr. X. I know Dr. Umar ain't about to teach my babies nothing that's gonna be against them. Come on, huh? Like at his core, what you about to teach your little Black kids that's gonna be at their detriment? Not a daggone thing. He ain't about to teach them to hate themselves. He gonna help them understand who they are. That's for sure right on. So yeah, I'd second that. It's just the business politics and how he went about it. But you know what? Another learning moment. This is me. I'm checking myself.
I would say that should be expected.
Yeah.
Most folks can't even know how to finance renovating a house, a residential property. This dude tried to do a whole school by, like say it was ego and hubris, like that wasn't his lane. He should have had more people involved and should have been more transparent. But as far as the school side of it, we need more black schools. Got to start somewhere.
There you go. So there you go. Come on, we calling down the middle. Like I said, I'm got a little bit of side eye to the brother still yet. I'm jaded. The internet got me too. At the very same time, I will acknowledge I would not hesitate to send my kids to him. I know he gonna teach them right for sure. Right on.
So that was the problem. He should have never been in charge of the finances. So just, it was a good idea for him to spearhead, but he had too much control. So it took so long. But let's see if he get it open. Let's be optimistic.
There you go. There you go. I likes it.
So where we at here? Welcome up, man, Evolve. Welcome up, brother. What you got? What's your take on Umar in the school?
Welcome up, brother.
Blessings. Shout out to everyone out there on Kevin Salmon's internet. I have to say the truth of the matter was when I first was introduced with him, and he made a point about how one time ago in high school, you used to have kids doing a lot of trades. So you could graduate high school and automatically you could become either an entry-level electrician or something like that. And they took that away from the poorer communities. And he sort of made it that it was directed towards Black men being neutered from being able to take care of their family or start a family young. And from then, I thought this man was somebody to keep watching. And then a school thing blew up and I was like, oh, damn. So hopefully it is going to open so that a lot of the things that he say that are pro-Black, they're just more towards regular folks that sound sensible, really gets to happen.
And I think I'll go on the piggyback on that to say, like I said, let's get it open and see what happens. All right. I would say anything, if it wasn't worth a damn, I think the school would have been open 5, 6, 7 years ago. But I think anything that white folks don't want to happen, they're going to put obstacles up. So who knows? We say it all the time. If you build it, they're going to burn it down. They ain't going to let you do this. They ain't going to let you do that. So why the hell we think they just going to let this happen?
And that's another reason, let me be very clear. I want I want all our people to succeed. My thing is, like you just said, I don't believe that they are going to give him that occupancy. When I used to, when I used to be a firefighter, we used to do those inspections. And we used to have the rundown of what AutoZone just got built, on the boulevard, blah, 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 check this. And what's going on. And it's typically a group of older white folks. Can you imagine the powers that be? Like, oh, we got this Marcus Garvey school by the most blackest black ninja in the world, and we got to go and sign off and give it the yes or the no. I hope it works. I got to hope, because typically folks stand in the way. I can just see them. I recall when I used to go to church, we were building a new church and they didn't want to give us occupancy. I have experienced this. They're like, no, y'all ninjas. And then
but like y'all said, Umar is just the wrong messenger. That's the problem. And as time went on, he got exposed more and more for his character. Just like anybody else, though, there ain't no perfect ninjas. That's another thing in the black community. Look at Martin Luther King right now. Y'all say he ain't worth a damn. So as time go on, ain't nobody perfect, but somebody got to start something. Y'all got to bring these perfect ninjas to the front. This is what y'all do. Everybody watching and the replay. Find these perfect ninjas, DM us in the email so we can reach out to these perfect ninjas and they can be on the forefront of this stuff, because, it can't be nobody, Even Martin Luther King wasn't worth a damn. So we got to find these, even Jesus, we got to find the perfect ninjas so they can lead the cause.
They don't exist. They don't. Listen, and if they did show up, y'all would delete them. They would have to be giants. Y'all would call them aliens and y'all would dissect them. So it'll never freaking work. I agree, Mr. X. Let us all learn. Like I said, I'm checking myself. I'm let it be known that as long as he get the school open, as long as ain't no scheming and scamming, man, because that's lingering up there. As what I'm gonna be specific, because people say scheme and scam. What does that mean? Misappropriation of funds. And I get it. He had to live. He had living expenses, but like Mr. X say it, be more transparent. Then folks ain't got to sit here and ponder. Was he out here allocating, $10,000 a month worth of gifts towards his living expenses? We don't know. So it's a lot of questions.
He got severe character flaws. That's his problem. So at this point, it's just a bad character. So he done left such a sour taste in people's mouths. He just needs to step down from the school. Like I said, I'm with the idea and the foundation and all of that. The school, I think it's a good idea. Umar, I think we got to remove Umar and all his transgressions. People get so caught up on the person. I don't think about the idea. I'm thinking about the kids in a black school. I don't care who run it. Remove Umar, but let's keep the idea. He got the property, so they got to do something with it.
Remove him from the financial side. That's all. Just get him away from the finances. Let him get back in his bag. You know what I mean? Of black empowerment. That's all. Just like folks be crossing over. Umar talking about black empowerment and stuff outside of pandering. Yeah, it was that whole deal too, but that's what, that's different. Right on. But then you come into the financial side, it's like the reverse opposite of Boyce Watkins. You know what I mean? This ain't your lane, brother. You great on the black empowerment, but trying to run a business and get gifts and finances together, questionable at best.
At best. And we say this all the time. I'll get you in, man, Evolve. You got to be a man of means to take on this type of endeavor. So this should be somebody like a LeBron or Michael Jordan, right? Instead of Michael Jordan building a prison, he can say, you know what? Let me go build a damn school, FDMG. So those type of people should have been in charge, but here we are.
Ain't no profits there, huh? That's what it is, man. Evolve. Got to go with the profits. And there you go. Character flaw, folks like MJ, they only going with a big bird at, hence NASCAR.
Because there's scamming and scheming going on everywhere, even in our own local public schools. The school board and superintendents and people are stealing from the school no matter where you go. I don't care if it's a private school, your most prestigious schools. There are somebody stealing something. The lunch ladies is stealing. Everybody, the janitors, everybody is stealing and scheming and scamming.
Say what you got, man, Evolve.
What you saying sort of remind me of the fact that no matter how you try to protect your house, when someone coming to steal or someone coming to break in your house, they can break in your house. Some of the greatest security systems have been hacked, right? So if they have something out for him, they have something out for him. And if he gets that school open, I would praise him even more now that I really let it soak in, right? Because people will always find what's wrong with you, bro. You don't want to see man Evolve in the Dominican Republic. That's not the man Evolve that you would see here. I would be a different person. And like the Epstein file, that ninja would have catch me quick because all he had to do was have a party and there was legal age women there. They would have said, oh, man Evolve was on the island too. He was there too. So I must say, once people coming after you, they'll figure out what's your flaw, and you still have to just put one foot in the front of the other and keep doing your stuff. And if he opened that, I commend them. I don't want to let that go past without saying real talk. If he opened up that school, I commend him, and he must get some people to be behind him who already succeeded and could watch out for those things you guys said. because that is some real SHI, what you saying right there.
What's that? What was that?
All of that part about how the finances, you see, that's what took down, who was the healer? Who was healing the AIDS?
Dr. Sebi.
Dr. Sebi, that's how they hit Dr. Sebi. He just moved money from the United States home because he was from Honduras.
Hmm.
And somehow they say, hey, I think it was over $10,000 or something like that. And they had him and he was in jail. And we know where Dr. Sebi is now with the ancestors.
Yeah, rest in peace to Dr. Sebi, man. Like, yeah, that he was a gift, you know. Yeah, hopefully I think his daughter taking over his work. He got the whole clinic and everything. But nevertheless, like only the amount of people that should know about, you know, the more natural, holistic, you know, real healing practices ain't enough people. But yeah.
That part. I'm gonna drop you down for a minute, man. Evolve. I see brother Postman backstage. How you feeling, brother?
Salute to y'all, fellas.
Salute to you, brother.
What you got?
I got a real quick one for you, Gav. We already know what city I was born and raised in, Chicago, Illinois, and you know I follow Mike a lot. I sent you a link to show you the real Michael Jordan who invests in prison. There's truth over lies. We can't be spreading lies about Mike. Mike don't help us out, but Mike don't invest in prisons. That's a YT guy. I sent you a link to him so you can check him out. I don't mind the Dr. Umar train, but we don't do those lies. We can't make lies to the Mike. He invests in a lot of stuff, but not prisons. But I check y'all out. I'm cooking right now. I've been listening to y'all guys. I heard that one right there. I say, hey, we ain't gotta like Mike at all, but we can't lie on him. So
there you go.
I'm gonna get on out of here and going back to cooking, man. I just want to see that link, and I ain't want to waste time for y'all boys. Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you, Postman. Yeah, I see Postman. I see you in the chat. I said, I can't wait for it to come up.
Here we go. Yeah, I see y'all in the chat. That's what they say. Until Michael Jordan himself come out and debunk it, we don't know. All right. They say also, white man, look it up. Mike, tell Mike to come out and tell us. Tell Mike to say it with his chest.
That's fine. Listen here. In this season, seeing how my brothers, you know, young and old, being prosecuted, I'm riding for my brothers. All of them. Like, listen here. If I can put one pinky toe back on the Dr. Umar train, you know what I mean? Come on, man. Like I said, these like compassion. Like, this is wow. This is accountability corner. But golly, man, like compassion for our brothers. Look at the Viking men and these X-Files. They just kiss a secret. It ain't that big of a deal. But we will, you know, send our folks, our greats to the guillotine, you know, for much, much less, you know, terrible acts. And that's what I don't like. And like I said, even I believe I may have been a little harsh on Dr. Umar because I don't know. I'll write a ninja off quick, you know. But if he opened the school, I will apologize, you know. I can do that.
So there we go. So I'm going to drop you down for a minute, man, Evolve. We're going to keep the show moving. We're going to take Umar and put him in the sub for now to get the school open. We optimistic.
Here you go, brother Umar. Come on now, because next time it's going to be the pit ninja.
The passengers of the doomed Titanic sub spent their last moments in total darkness looking for bioluminescent creatures out of the small window and listening to their favorite music. The new details of the 5 passengers' final moments have been revealed by the wife and mum of the father-son duo.
Wade in the water, wade in the water, diamond wade in the water. Something's gonna trouble the water. You better wade in the water. Yeah, man.
Compassion, huh? Accountability and compassion, all 2026. Compassion for the black man, to be very specific.
And I would say that it has less to do with compassion. Just stop pedestalizing people. I pretty much put everybody on the same playing field. I think people be like idolizing people too much. So if I rock with you and you say something bad about him, there's down with him and up with him and this and that. Listen, I follow the beat of my own damn drum. I ain't looking for no leader. I ain't looking for no God. None of that. Not on earth. Not on this earth. We all man.
Amen to that. And there you go. And I believe, I share the same sentiment. That's why I can say, you know what? I can look past some of the stuff we've been fed via Umar or Michael Jordan. It's okay. Let's move forward because of that reason alone. I'll pedestalize. No, you can't. That's very well said. Now, yeah, I'm never too high, so I can't go way low to hating you because I ain't never really liked you. I can just respect your craft. I respect your skill, whatever, and that's it. I call it down the middle. There you go. Very well said. Don't be idolizing folks. That's actually a sin.
So here we are. We're going to keep it moving. Truth over lies unchained. Dear America, our fight ain't everybody's fight. So we're going to move down to Atlanta. They got these kids crashing out about immigration. Shout out to Raquel, matter of fact, Sister Raquel. I think she was talking about her son school. I'm not sure if this is your son. I'm not sure if she's watching, but I don't know. This is in Atlanta.
Sweet Jesus, babies.
And shout out to Black Bane. He says, me and MJ are from the same city. I've never been a fan personally. However, within the past years, he's opened health clinics in front of worst PJs. There you go. Well, he's trying. Maybe too little, too late, but everybody trying to do something.
I like it. See that? I don't think it's ever really too late till you perish. You can always keep trying to make things right now. Come on now.
There we go. I'm just not an MJ fan, so it's a bias here, but shout out to MJ.
Me either. I can't stand his dang shoes.
I grew up an MJ fan, the basketball player, but as an adult, absolutely not.
Stop for real. We gotta stop ICE. We gotta melt the ICE. Melt the ICE. Melt the ICE.
Sporadically, ICE has been in and out of the Atlanta metro area ever since October, November. They came back at the end of January and they were all over the metropolitan area and people started to be concerned, but not everybody.
It's been a picture circulating that ICE is bringing more fleet out to Atlanta. Well, they sure came to the right place to get ran the fuck out of, because we ain't scared of no ice. It'd be 100 degrees in Atlanta. We melt ice. Mess around in Atlanta, them trucks will have a boot on it before an ICE agent even get to step foot in one.
Woo! The most concerning situation that I've seen around the country is students doing walkouts to protest ICE officers, meaning that, obviously they're refusing to go to class, they're coming out of class, and this is their way of protesting. I've seen such protests happening in Stockton, California. And the last place that I've seen is happening, at least in the state of Georgia, was in Stone Mountain High School. All right. Now, Stone Mountain High School protested ICE, and there was a brother there. I don't know how old he was. I don't know why the hell he was at the high school, but he was out there, asking so many students, and the majority of them were Black, why they are protesting ICE.
So I'm here at Stone Mountain High School, and what's the purpose on y'all walking out of school?
We're walking out of school for a cause. We want to end the ICE inception into Stone Mountain, to the Georgia state in general. We are tired of what is happening all around the country. We do not want ICE to be messing with our people, because our people are citizens too.
Why is it important that y'all do something like this?
Because we speak up for the people who don't have a voice to speak.
If you had something to say to ICE, what would you tell them?
ICE!
If you had something to say to ICE, what would you tell them?
Man, we coming down for y'all.
So here we are.
Yeah.
These are the babies. So the schools are being infiltrated. We were up here last week. They were in the elementary school, I think in New York, and they had the babies, like kindergartners, about to protest. Now they at the high school. Like I said, shout out to Raquel. I remember she mentioned something about this. She said her son was planning to step out of school. I'm not sure if this is it, but yeah, this is wild.
I don't know about these kids here, but I think we all thought the same when we was kids. When I see this, I just see kids trying to get out of class. Like
it definitely ain't the kids. It's the, whoever spearheads the adults, the school board. So why are y'all even letting this go on? But like you said.
Oh, there you go. Wait, okay. So I'm thinking this is like kids getting up and just leaving, and the teacher's like, hey, where you guys going? Oh, so they organize this to. Okay.
Well, I don't think the school organized it. Like you say, where is it coming from? These kids ain't waking up with these thoughts. They on Twitter and TikTok. These are like TikTok challenges, and they being fed this stuff.
There you go. So they were like I said, being fed the propaganda and this, and they just bought along with it. That's true. Shout out to my oldest son. I asked him, I just asked him a
And then, I think the parents are a big part of it because I don't think they're rooted. Too many of them are rooted in anything one way or the other. You see what I'm saying? So they are susceptible to just going along.
Show me these parents. I'm looking at the babies. They look how me and Miss X did when the parents most likely don't really have their absolute best interest at heart. Sorry, not freaking sorry. Because I ain't let my kid go out to this. Shout out to Raquel. I know she was mad as a rattlesnake. Like, absolutely not.
So yeah, they're going out here saying we ride for the protesters, for the immigrants. Because like I told you, a lot of these immigrant kids are going into the public school system. So there is some form of a bleeding heart for them. I've seen it even in my kids' school, like, the immigrant kids, and you're like, okay. So they like, these are my friends and this and that. So it is. So now the parents are in the school and these kids feel away because ICE is going up in the schools, I guess, to, get kids. I don't know. So everybody's feeling the way.
I could see that. I had a African friend when I was in elementary school, Pfeiffer Burley in Erie. My boy Hillary, an African dude named Hillary. I'd been mad they tried to deport my boy Hillary. I get it, but nevertheless, education needs to be had. Let them know, like, hey, y'all want to rap for this culture? That's hard. That's honorable. However, all context is needed. Just know if you were in a similar situation, because at some point you were, they wouldn't even bat a lash for you. Just so take everything into consideration before you're out here risking freedom, your criminal record, whatever it is, over a group of people that most likely would not have lifted a finger to help you do a daggone thing.
So there you go. So they in school, they like my friend Manuel, they trying to take his mom or whatever, right? So we mad. Y'all. So I don't know. It's a lot.
Ignorance.
We coming down for y'all.
Oh my God.
You know what's going on.
Had something to say to Ice. What would you tell them?
I don't know if my mama gonna watch this, but if she do, block her. But I just want to say, Ice, y'all lame as hell on, bro. Like, why would y'all take my friends? Like, that's weird.
Woo! Now this is very.
So there you go. So yeah, like you say, I think essentially it starts with the parents, right? What do your kids have access to? What are you teaching them? What are they rooted in? Because a lot of this can just be a TikTok challenge and it grows legs. And they seen it happen at another school. And all right, now we're going to do ours. And everybody's on board. And everybody got the memo. And they going to do it. It's staged. So, but they don't even know why they're doing it, essentially. Like, it's surface. They know, like, surface level. But they really don't even understand.
They understand that it's exciting. They understand that it's drama. They understand that it's probably pending trauma, just like it's served up at home in the hood, Mr. X. So there's something they used to, if you ask me. They excited. This is excitement. Look at them. Do they look like they are sad, concerned? Do they look like they out there with heavy hearts? They out there halfway throwing up gang signs, acting like they raising a toolie at the camera. They having a good time with all this. Like, it's just stirring the pot. These outside. I get it. It seems like it's honorable, but what's gonna be the outcome? I ain't buying this.
Yes. Because if you sit back and dig deeply enough, you will understand that you are advocating for a class of people to come in and replace you. Like, you're advocating for your own extinction, essentially. So you must understand how deep it is.
There you go. Don't ever, man. Got a story about that. But yes, see, and that's the part. That's what makes me upset, because I love my people. It's that ignorance. You said it, Mr. X. They have deemed a lot of us black FBA folks useless eaters. We got too comfortable with the welfare system and all that. So they said we're gonna bring in a new group of impoverished people that's more hungry than y'all and will work. And y'all sitting up here like, come on, come up, y'all. They sitting there packing your bags, and you don't even know you packing your own bags with nowhere to go.
That's weird.
Woo! Now, this is very interesting to me because, these are young people and they have some of their friends possibly that are getting taken away from ICE. So, they just know them on a human level. When you're 15, 16, and 17 years old, you don't look at somebody that's, maybe Hispanic at your high school or Asian at your high school, as being illegal. You only know them because you have a relationship with them. But then this is interesting because a lot of those kids were cursing, they were saying F ICE. And so the question was, what is wrong with the parents? And then here is the first problem.
If you walked up to most of these kids and asked them what does ICE stand for, they couldn't even tell you. They don't even know what ICE stands for. They don't understand the complexities of why a nation has immigration laws. You know why? Because they haven't paid. They don't have to pay any bills. They don't have to compete for rent prices. They don't have to against illegals. They don't have to compete against jobs for illegal immigrants at this point of their life.
He's right,
Now, shout out to the brother, Reverend Jordan Wells. He's a content creator on the right. And he said, listen, these young kids don't really know about what's going on with ICE, what ICE really is. They're not paying any bills. And this is important because.
Well, here's the thing. Like he said, they're not competing yet. You will have to compete soon for jobs. But right now, what it does is it further dilutes the public education system. So like I said, these immigrant kids are flooding into the system. So now instead of it being 25 kids to one teacher, it's going to be 35 or 40 kids. All right. They ain't going to build more schools. So it's just going to be more kids in the damn school. So it's all around can be detrimental.
There you go. And listen here, man. Shout out to the teachers of yesteryear. Some were lazy and liars, but most were pretty decent from what I remember. These teachers today, Mr. X, like you said, they find out they about to go from 20 students to 35, 40. They're like, you about to double my responsibility as far as heads I got to look over, and you ain't about to pay me more, man. Yeah, I can see that. That's a way to look at it.
Because they are defending a group of people, and the parents should know better. The parents are allowing it, or the parents are okay with it. But then here is something that's important that you got to look at. Look at the test scores from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Now, he also posted this on X, and when I looked at these numbers, it was astonishing, right? Math proficiency at the state level, 11%. Reading proficiency, 24%. The graduation rate, 76%. These kids can barely read or do basic math, right? But you're protesting ICE. And this is a larger issue.
Oh, God damn it. I mean, look at this. Egregious. So the scores, test scores, egregious. All right, 11% of proficient in math. Reading, 24%. Like I said, they're graduating, but don't let the graduation rate fool you. No child left behind. They will push your ass out of school. Don't ask me how I know, because I know I was pushed through. So I was part of that rate being boosted up. So that's what it is.
We keep putting on display Glow and Brorilla. They graduated. Yeah. And they be in the club all the term. Madness. Like, listen here, man. Salute to Gavin X and I, because I tell you what, like he said, man, thank God we had enough sense not to glorify ignorance. We grew up amongst ignorance, but we didn't glorify it. Yeah, we haze one another for being stupid. That's how we made it to where we at today. Yeah, y'all pat us both on the back, God dang it. But yeah, don't, if y'all have not been exposed to who was that? Was that Bill Clinton? No child left behind. That saxophone playing mother sucker. Yeah, absolutely not. That was a terrible idea. Do you know how much secondhand embarrassment you get sitting next to you in 12th grade, and you sitting next to the class bully, if you will, and he reading at a 4th grade reading level, and y'all sitting there and they say, hey, he gotta read, and he over here sweating. He's sweating so hard you sweating. Like, y'all don't know. Y'all don't get it.
That's a real thing, man. So no child left behind. All right, we was pushed through, and they'd tell you, like, look, you ain't coming back next year. We're going to get you down that aisle one way or the other. They would tell you that. I'd have had these conversations like, look, you ain't coming back to this school. All right, we're gonna get you up out of here by hell or high water.
Have you ever heard a man that probably had a child at this time, a young man? You ever heard a young man, a young father, who couldn't say the word the? Think, how do you mispronounce the? Think about that. This is real. It's not a joke.
On X, and when I looked at these numbers, it was astonishing, right? Mass, right? But you're protesting ICE, and this is a larger issue. Not only are these kids at Stone Mountain, Georgia, most likely at this level won't matriculate to college. Now, some of us did. I mean, my test scores wasn't the best coming out of high school, but thankfully we had the community college system, and I was able to matriculate there. And of course, some of them may matriculate toward the community college system. Most will not, because the community college system, only about 15% of all people from community college go on to four-year universities, right? And so that's important. High school education and high school development means everything for the most part when going to the college level. But also, if your grades are not good and you're Black and you're in Atlanta, Georgia, and you're protesting ICE, who is going to be your replacement? The immigrants you're protesting for. Woo! See, this is what these young kids don't understand. In almost every place where you're in a democratic situation or you have democratic politics that are heavily leaning towards the left, and you have these young kids protesting on behalf of ICE, what these young kids don't know is that their lack of performance in these high schools means that they will be replaced by the same immigrants that they are now defending. And this was prophesized in 1995 by guess who?
We anticipate, by the same token, about 86 million Hispanics coming into the United States and about 41 million Asians by that point in time, which is going to kick Black folk out of being the minority in the society, down to a minority. We've been number 2 in the society for 400 years as a group. We're going to become number 4. And if we have not gotten anything after being number 2 for 400 years, you guess what's going to happen when we become number 4. Because at that point in time, all the new groups coming into America, they're coming in higher than we are, because this country operates off of a preferential acceptance program, which means that groups are coming in based on skin color, going from the lightest down to the darkest, light, yellow, brown, Black. And that's what our immigration laws are based on. And Black folk would not be able to penetrate through those groups to get to the white society when that happens, because those groups owe us nothing. They don't understand our problems, and they're competitive with us, and we don't begin to be a little more aggressive about being in a competitive posture. They're going to eat our lunches.
Shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson. This was over 30 years ago. Some of these messages, just look through history. We've been getting messages forever. We don't listen to ish. We do whatever we want. We got free will on this earth. And that's how we got here with y'all damn free will, free kudacatas, free hunching, bastard kids. Here we are. Don't nobody care no more.
You know what? If I could, I would get a copy of what's his book? Black Powernomics. Powernomics. I would get that book and give it to every impoverished kid in the hood. Every last one of them. Read it to them all if I could. Because money ain't going to fix our problems. Education and resources will. That's how you do. You got to relinquish that impoverished mindset. Shout out to Brother Claude Anderson. That's how you do it.
Every time we play one of these older videos, like, man, that was 60 years ago. That was 50 years ago. This was 30-something years ago. Like, the message has been here. Y'all don't want to listen because he ain't cool enough. He ain't sitting up here with a platinum chain and a grill, all right, with his hat backwards, sagging his pants, speaking the yippity yap, as Gene Simmons said. Y'all don't want to listen to him. So it's unfortunate.
Gotta listen to him, man. Gotta listen to these brothers. I'm telling, this is how I made it this far. Listening to folks that have more wisdom and knowledge than I. That's how you do it, man. Shout out to this brother.
Claude Anderson is a prophet. 31 years ago, he prophesied that what we're seeing now will come into fruition. He said it. He called it, right? And he says that these Hispanics and Asians, and we did see a Hispanic person, they're going to kick Black people out of being the majority down to the minority. He said, listen, if we were number 2 in population in this country, right? We were the number 1 minority. Well, what happens when you go down to number 4? If you haven't gotten anything for being number 2, you guess what's going to happen when you become number 4. And then what happens is these new groups come to America. They come in higher because this country operates off a preferential acceptance program, basically based on skin color. So if you're white, European, if you're yellow, you're brown or black, all right? And these immigration laws typically are based on that. And so what happens is these people that you're protesting for they can stay F ICE, they do not understand your problems, okay? And that is so true. And I hope people understand this, because I can tell you now that I understand it being a foreigner. When I'm living in Uganda or I'm spending the 2 months in Kenya, when somebody talks to me about their problems, I can, let's say, humanly empathize about maybe not having money to pay a bill, right? But I could not empathize about all of their problems. I had a friend that passed not so long ago, and you know, and it was crazy. It was the same thing when Kim the Comic, when he passed, and the way the ceremonies went, the way the families got together, the way that the women wailed when the body came into the room. These were things and customs I could not understand, right? If that person was African American, it would have been much easier for me to grieve for them, because I could understand the community. But because I was so devoid of what was happening in Uganda, a part of it, what I would have felt for a person in my own community, it was hard for me to tap into that same level of pain, because it's impossible for me to understand problems here. Even though I've been living here, I could never understand how they've grown up, how they see the world. For me, I just don't get all of it, and I can never get it, right? And at the same time, if you're living in Uganda or if you're living in Kenya, you are competing with them. As any foreigner is going to compete. If you're out there in the market and you're doing anything, you know, you're investing in the economy, whatever you're doing, you are competing with them, okay? So now the foreigner is now competitive with that person. And so this is what happens in America. These foreigners cannot understand what slavery did. It can't understand what redlining did. They can't understand that. But if they can get a lift off of your back and you come in to defend them, then once they get a...
And there you go. So, you know, they get to come in and, you know, take advantage of stuff. Like you said, the Civil Rights Act, Civil Rights Bill in 1964 opened the gates up for a lot of this, where, you know, we documented last episode, our people marched, got bit by dogs, sprayed by fire hoses, you know, strange fruit and some more stuff. All right. Went through it, you know, just to get for everybody else to open up the gates for them to have rights, you know, for the same people to come in and not respect the people who went through it. I mean, it's a wild dynamic.
Heavy on the strange fruit, man. You know, just wild. Certain things I can't say without my heart getting heavy, you know. And, you know, then that's one of them. Shout out to, who's that? Billie Holiday that made that song? Was that her? Man, there's a little rendition of, I meant to post on the Patreon. It's pretty deep, because it's as deep as it goes. It's the torturing of a people just because of the color of their skin. Like, how folks don't understand just how deep that is. And because we was over here being wild and rambunctious and evil, they simply don't like us because we got too much melanin. So they would make us into tree ornaments.
Heads up over you, they don't remember that you tried to help them. They will come back and start talking about you. They will call you names. They will call you lazy, so you don't take the opportunities. And so now when these young kids become adults and their bosses are all of these people, and are even better yet, when they own the companies and they won't even hire you, then all of a sudden you will cry about racism. All of a sudden you'll cry about hashtag FBA and all of these other things, but it will be too late. And all of this is because, well, you know what? We hate Donald Trump, and we hate the people on the right and all that. And I get that all the time. But these people in Atlanta, these young people, they're on their way to being replaced based on their test scores. It's one of the most worst performing schools in test scores probably in the Atlanta metro area. And now the parents most likely see this, and this is how they raise their kids. And they think that ICE is F the police and all of that. And they have no idea what is down the line. And it is just crazy. It's insane. And again, a lot of people don't understand until it's too late. You know, when I was coming up, when I was in high school, I had a Nigerian friend. And I didn't know he was Nigerian. I just know he had a different last name. The last name was different from mine. But what I noticed is as we got older, he became more of his community. Right? When you're young, you know, like, you're not really thinking about, you're having fun, you know. It's just like when you see young kids, for example, there's, you know.
There you go. O'Shea on his babble right now. All right. Long story short, these kids should not be out here protesting. That's what the whole issue is. You got kids out here protesting for stuff And like you say, what can we do though? Because it's not the school's fault. The school can't just stop all the kids from marching out. Not under, I mean, can they lock the doors? Maybe, but hell, I don't know. I don't know how you deal with this.
Education, they misinformed. That's my thing. Like the one brother pointed out, do they know what ICE mean? Do they know what is really going on? Or have, just like the majority of us, have they been fed propaganda? Now they just see that anybody with these uniforms on are bad. Could be, don't know. Like O'Shea kind of touching on, I'm so far, I ain't encountered none of this madness. I really don't really have a dog in the fight. Shout out to the daggone title. Our fight ain't everybody's fight. I'm not seeing the connection. I'm just not at all. If they had something going on where in ATL, they had ICE there and they're like, we are deporting black folks. If there's like, I'm coming up with a scenario. Shout out to my brother Jay Tillman. They said, you know what? We getting it together task force and we are deporting any melanated person that makes under $45,000 a year. You got to go. Now I'm like, whoa, we too many of us are in danger. We all in danger. Now I can feel that. But fighting and risking life and limb for a people that would probably spit on you if you were in the same situation. No, thank you.
That part. So wicked work. And shout out to Frederick Howard, been a channel member 4 months.
Appreciate you, brother Frederick.
And he come through, gifted a membership.
Always come and do, brother. Thank you.
And Project Leroy with the 5-ball says, O'Shea, stop the raccoon babble. Those same immigrants come in with fake degrees, running companies into the ground and stealing resources from us.
Fake degrees is wild. Shout out to Project Leroy.
And Frederick Howard, ladies being kudakata, underarm stanky isn't cute, as you say. No man around because you don't want him means you should do hygiene better on your own.
Yeah, Frederick, what you talking about,
man? I think, long story short, wash your ASS.
Yeah, I got that much.
So we're going to put them in the sub so they can do that.
There you go. Wash up.
The passengers of the doomed Titanic sub spent their last moments in total darkness looking for bioluminescent creatures out of the small window and listening to their favorite music. The new details of the 5 passengers' final moments have been revealed by the wife and mum of the father-son duo.
Wade in the water, wade in the water, diamond wade in the water. Something's gonna trouble the water. You better wade in the water. Yeah,
Yeah, shout out to that young CEO at Red Lobster. I think he is like Nigerian or something like that. He bought the crab bowls. I thought they stock went up. I gotta look up Red Lobster stock. They doing good or no? You muted, mistakes.
I see y'all backstage. Manny Vol, brother Steven, welcome back up. What you got? What you got, Manny Vol? I'll get you in. I know you ain't from the country, so what's your take on the whole, immigrant thing, the video we just watched? Should black folks be advocating for it?
The thing about it is that was supposed to be something like 10 million people allegedly came across. I just had posted in the chat. That's a lot of people. And if you see how many people in the last maybe 3 to 4 months you guys were laying off, like Amazon laying off 15,000, this one laying off 17,000, the next one and they was doing that from like late last year. And me and my brother was talking about it, and I was telling them a lot of American people, they don't really understand how that other people from other countries are completely different from you. You have a lot of people like in the Bahamas, because like right now in my island where I live, we have a lot of the more poorer Americans come here. This is not like where they have the more fancier resorts. This is a lot like the cruise ship passengers and stuff like that come here. And some of those people, they never even leave their state. most of those people never been nowhere, and usually they're very naive. You know, especially the lighter skinned people. They read some of them as being really, really naive. Like I told you, the one with the shark thing, right? Then you would have sometimes people trying to jump off the boat whilst you're driving to go swim with wild dolphins and stuff, and you have to literally like hold them down in the boat. And those immigrants loose in your country, I don't think that was going to be very safe, brother. And I think the best thing you could do is try to get your immigration clean up, and to go out there and risk your life with those people with guns and masks on. Good luck, buddy. I staying in the house.
What's wrong with the Dolphins, man? Evolved Dolphins ain't gonna do nothing. You ever see Flipper? Dolphins are friendly.
Bro, them dolphins, when a baby's with it, they can kill sharks.
I know. We ain't going down no rabbit holes, Randy Ball. I'll get you in, Brother Steven. What you got on the subject, about the immigration, the kids, what's your take?
Man, with one question, and two comments and 3 shout outs. The one question is, according to your subject, I'm not a political man or anything, but I do, you humans fascinate me. My one question would be, what do you think it would take for Black kids in high school and middle school to come out in force like that for reparations? That's my one question. I'm gonna leave it there. My 2 comments is, Mr. Walker, you still ugly as ever. I did not miss you guys. I've been busy. And Mr. Gavin, you probably as tall as a stork, or a snork, I should say. Google it, nigga. Ninja. My 3 shout outs is to both of y'all, even though I don't like y'all now, to everybody in the chat, and to a family member that's probably in the chat also. Water my plants, woman. So that's basically pretty much all I got to say is, yeah, I still can't stand y'all, but it is interesting.
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Your thoughts ain't my thoughts.
All right. Anyways, where were we? So shout out to Steven for coming up and being ignorant.
He did ask one question. CJ's wild. He said, what would it take for the kids to come out in mass for reparations? That out all this goofy ish, he said that was I like that question. It would take for the school to be talking about reparations within those classrooms. Fat chance everybody get fired. So there you go, Stephen James. Never gonna happen.
So here we go. I'm gonna keep it moving. I'm gonna pull this video up. Hit the like button.
We appreciate that. We appreciate it, but African Americans have always been hardworking. But no, African Americans have been hardworking, but I don't know. But opportunity. What about the appreciation of the hard work for the immigrants who came to this country and worked hard? But here's the thing: is the Civil Rights Bill is the reason why our parents got to come over here. 1964, Lyndon Baines Johnson, who was one of the most racist son of bitches on the planet, had to sign that civil rights. But Martin Luther King is sitting right next to him. Right. Yeah. So that is the reason why Koreans can come here. Koreans, Indians, Arabs, Nigerians. It's because of the Civil Rights Bill. Right. It's because of African Americans, foundational background, coming in here, busting their ass, being treated like shit, being hung, lynched, Jim Crow. From slavery was Jim Crow, segregation, Reconstruction, being promised that they were going to get this, fighting every war. They've been, Black people fought in every single war and still being disrespected, not being able to buy homes. You understand? Burning up of Black towns. And people go, well, why ain't they saw opportunities. There were Black Wall Streets. There were Black banks, Black hospitals, and they came and burned it. Black excellence. Black excellence. They came and burned it because a white woman said somebody raped them and they never did because a white woman lied. So this whole myth of African Americans not seeing opportunity, they did see opportunity, but.
And here we go. So y'all see this brother up here. He like, man, evolved. All right. He said Black folks is lazy, don't appreciate the contributions of immigrants. All right. And Godfrey like, whoa, relax. Y'all don't understand the history. So y'all looking at Black folks in 2026, granted, Bonquisha and Nug Nug, they do us a bad service. I will give y'all that. But that is not us. Y'all not going to put that on all ninjas. So if you understand the history, we come from excellence, and we are still excellent for the most part.
And that's why it is important, if you ask me, for us to call out the ignorance within our culture. You know, no shout out to the folks that don't think we need to call out this madness. It is perceived by the masses as ignorance and not knowing the condition of our own home when we don't say, hey, we're aware that there's piles of doo-doo in our backyard. Here it is. We see it, and we are chastising it, and we are talking to correct it. But for us as a people to not point out the Nug Nug and Bonquisha activity from which we came, crazy. That would be ignorance.
So what you got, Man Evolve? He said we don't appreciate the contributions of immigrants.
I never said that Black Americans was lazy and none of those things. That question was posed to me, and that was never substantiated that I said such a statement.
You a lie, and the truth ain't in you.
But real talk, the fact of the matter is, Black Americans, you got to get yourself together first. You can't clean someone else's yard if your yard isn't together. Like that video with the Atlanta kids stuff, that shit is egregious. Excuse my French. But yeah, to have those type of scores and reading levels and stuff like that, and you out there protesting ICE, boy, my kids, listen to me. If I had to see them on that thing right there, the belt was coming out. You got to get capital punishment for that one, because at the end of the day, if your group of people don't make things happen, the immigrants is not going to do that. Because when I go in the States, I can automatically tell Bahamians in Florida. We have a way that we can greet one another. We come together. So if you don't want the immigrants in your city, first thing you have to do is back Trump.
It's back him. You say back Trump?
Yeah, you have to back him up. You got to go and be on board with the whole immigration thing. It's either you can do it or you're not.
And let me ask you this. What does Black folks coming together look like? What does that look like to you? Are we not? Do you think we are not already together for the most? It ain't going to be an all thing. We can't get everybody on board.
I agree. That's why it has to be, like I told you, you got to get your 4 or 5 brothers, cousins, everyone who like-minded, and start your own community. That's what I've been seeing a lot now on the internet. That's exactly what you have to do. You got to, like that reparate. You see how those immigrants is getting all that money? It was a group of people who could go to their administrator or whoever that is in charge of the town and say, listen, our people need X, Y, Z. Now, if you want us to come out and vote for you, those people is riding down Lamborghini Urus and then, bro, to a damn daycare. What the flip?
Man Evolve, I agree with what you just said. If we are going to get together, we got to get like-minded folks together and have a community. That is what it is. Shout out to Brother Jay Tillman. He had a little trip recently, sent me a video back. You know, he's out on some beautiful farmland, space. I'm telling y'all, man, that is the move. It's that or bust for me and my folks. That's what it is. Like I say, increase productivity and decrease cost of living and dependency. It can be done, but it's going to take a group. We done put show videos. Do you understand how easy it is to maintain, 10 or so single story houses when you have 3 able-bodied men? Just 3, that's all you need. I'm telling you too. I do lots about my daggone self. I'm on that train, Man Evolve. We got to get our little communities back, man.
It's like the internet, right? Everyone in your, like right now, I don't have an internet. I don't need an internet. My neighbor has an internet and we share the internet.
Oh man, Evolve, they would never do this in the States. What man, please. You can't have none of my internet. Who you think you is? See that? I agree. We got to be more willing to be. See, that's interdependence. You to some degree rely on your neighbor, your friend for internet. But it's there. That's tough. That's a beautiful thing, brother.
Man. And shout out to the brother Petty Sama. Come through gifting 10 channel memberships.
Always coming through, big support. We appreciate you, Petty Sama.
Appreciate you, brother.
Come on, just bring it. I need you to stand up while y'all not moving. Come on. Don't make me push. Don't make me push. Thank you, sir. There go money. She's touching you. Where they get that money? Where they get that money? I can see money from a long way.
Elder Gregory Kelly,
That's right. Come on.
$100.
Everybody get something in your hand. Come on and put it right here.
Petty Sama, 10 memberships.
And EV says, Glaze Galaxy welcomes all women immigrants, no men.
I'll let you have that, EV.
And Dre the Dream became a channel member.
Appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
And Frederick Howard says, man, Evolve. Black men were not recognized as equal. Immigrants were told lies about us, and y'all believe it. Stop misunderstanding.
Man, Evolve, he with us. He good folks.
There you go. That's for you, man, Evolve. And EV says, keep Pedro, leave us caked up Latinas.
See, now you pushing it. You get what? Come on now, you pushing it.
And here we go. I'm gonna pull this video up. All right, fair use. This video talking about saving Gullah land. All right, we got to get the land back, people.
The Gullah Geechee.
My name is Thaddeus, and this is my family. We are Gullah Geechee people from the coast of South Carolina, descendants of enslaved West Africans, known for our unique accent and deeply rooted African traditions. We own part of this beautiful island, thanks to my fourth great-grandfather, Harrison. A Union soldier during the Civil War, he worked hard to secure part of this former plantation for his family. Today, that land is what's known as heirs property. Back when many black families couldn't afford lawyers, passing down land informally, without a will, became a way to keep it in the family. But that also means every one of his descendants now has a say in what happens to it. That's why we gather, over a shared meal, to decide how this land stays in our family for generations to come. It's good for us to get.
So there you go. It started off, they trying to save the land. I mean, they get together as a family, making decisions because they all own a portion of the heir's property, which, you know, we talked about that a few times up here. And this is it. We're about to do a small deep dive on it.
Beautiful. Here we go. Heirs, they got the land through heirs law, heirs property law. This was one of the, if not the biggest obstacles as far as us, our ancestors maintaining the land that they had acquired. We could not go to lawyers and stuff and get wills and stuff set up out of fear of being made into strange fruit. So instead, white man was so kind. He said, you know what? When you pass away, we ain't gonna take it. We ain't gonna take it. But your property gets passed down equally to every descendant. That's why I said today, a lot of us, we share land with probably 10,000 of our relatives and don't know about it. It's already been sold off. But they are breaking the mold here. They said, that's fine. We all own a piece and we all gonna come together in unison. This is magic right here.
Here together and, you know, talk about the last time that we were at Taylor Island and what we're going to do next.
Yeah.
So why, Uncle Christopher, was important to you for us, the family, to get together and explore the island?
Well, I think it's important that we could have it, make sure this island stay in our family.
Mm-hmm.
Because we find out that many people are selling their land or losing by one way or the other. And I could always remember my granddaddy, how he cared for his land.
Mm-hmm.
I remember some time ago they would do something on Soliday Road. Mm-hmm. when they built the road on Sullivan Road.
Yeah, first year, okay.
My granddaddy stood out. He didn't want that people to come to his land. He wanted land for the grandchildren.
How did the Wilder family come to own Taylor Island?
My great granddaddy Harrison Wilder, first the part that we live on. He came to James Island after the Civil War. Harrison was in the Union Army.
Well, that property right now, at least the Harrison Wilder portion, is held in heirs property. And what do you see as like the benefits or the challenges with heirs property?
Well, one thing I was going to say is with heirs property, to me, it's like money in the bank, you know, that you can donate or pass on to children and grandchildren, just like to pass it on to us. And that would be the same. They'd always have something, you know, to own something that way.
And there you go. So they got a lot of the property after the Civil War. Like I said, these islands and whatnot, a lot of the stuff was inhabitable. So they went there and made a way out of no way. A lot of these were swamp lands and whatnot. And shout out to Ebony Dean. We knew how to traverse the land. And we went in and made it work and claimed it. All right. But like you say, when these guys were passing away, they didn't have wills set up. So now we're here.
There you go. Compassion, no wills, not a lot of formal education, maybe not the most efficient way to pass down, you know, how to keep and maintain this. Didn't know. A lot of factors against our ancestors' blessings to this family. But yeah, man. And shout out to this great granddad. You see how the lead of the table, when he brought up his great granddad, his heart got heavy because it was nothing light. It was nothing fun. He said, I remember Pap tending to this land, starting the foundation. Now y'all running around here all free because y'all ain't worried about the snakes and all that stuff because Pap got rid of them. That's why y'all kids can run around here all free and carefree and happy-go-lucky. Shout out and glory to our ancestor sacrifice. This is what it's all about. Now, those that still can't maintain it got to do it. And those of us that got to go recapture it, let's do it.
So what you got? Got anything, Manny Ball?
Yeah, we have this exact same sort of thing in the Bahamas. We have it's called Crown Land. Because in the Bahamas, we just got independence in 1973. So we are, like I said, it's just it's less than 500,000 Bahamians in all the world. My family, I'm a first generation. I'm from the Turks and Caicos Islands. They have these same sort of things too, where you have places called Russelltown, Jonestown, and most of those people who live in that area, all of them are cousins. And what ends up happening is that you have multiple family members can live on just one section of property. And, you know, you sort of got like your people have to walk through your yard to go by your cousin's house, certain things like that. And it can be really neat, bro. I'm telling you, like, if you come inside my area, once the dogs start barking, everyone already done know someone is around there and they want to know who you are. Like I catch this guy and he was an immigrant. Give you the same thing like what you guys have, right? So this immigrant, he's walking through, right? He's picking up bottles. And as he's picking up bottles, and the dude's got one hand, okay? He's got one hand, and I know how he get one hand because he steals. So he walks through my cousin's yard, and as he's coming out, he uses the bottles as a cover to steal. So he walking through your yard, and he's pretending like he's picking up beer bottles to get paid for it. And he's coming out my cousin's yard with the pickaxe. And so I approach him and I ask him, hey, where you going with that? So an ordinary person would have thought that's just a guy walking around with a pickaxe maybe, but because all of these people around here, my family, I don't know who should be here. So I go on to him and I ban him. I tell him if I ever meet him, come through this corner again, me and him are going to have a problem, and I'm calling the police.
Hey man, Evolve, that last part, you kind of sound like a Karen, that last part, just a little bit, just the last part. But no, I feel you, brother. But that definitely sounded the way Billy Bob be doing us. If I see you around here again, boy, I know you ain't supposed to be around here. Yeah, get on by my community.
It's a problem. So, you know, when there's an issue, you have all your family around you that can come together to either solve it or cause a problem. And so it could be the good, the bad, and the ugly. And so once you have land like that as the founder of who started that, you set up like my uncle did that. My uncle was worth quite a few $1 million. And he created where he built this big house, and him and his wife is buried there. My aunt just died in December. They're both buried on there, and that land is designated that you can't sell that. It's got a big 10-bedroom house on it. And the family, they got a bunch of different family members can live in it. And they'll have to figure out how to handle all of that stuff.
It's in a trust.
You need to set it up.
It's in a trust, I would imagine.
Yes, it's like a trust where they can't sell it, and all this business and everything has some sort of rhythm that goes with it. And he just started that from him. And that's like the same thing what I'm doing. I'm going to start from me. I'm going to have to break this curse of what no one knows what's going on and try to set something up for my kids. That and I leave some sort of will that'll sort of divide it up and start over, start in my own small community.
Yes.
There you go.
Amen.
So I'm gonna let this keep going. We'll get you in, Brother Jay.
His property. It's fine so long as everybody agrees.
That's the thing.
The challenge now is the form of ownership that we should have going into the future. Should it be some sort of corporation? Should it be a trust where there are rules or something like an LLC where there's a more beneficial form of ownership?
You'll have to make some sort of stipulation where a sale cannot be forced because of one individual.
Untangling heirs' property ownership isn't easy. Harrison's 6 children had children of their own, and now, generations later, each of us holds an equal stake in the land we've gathered to protect.
There you go. His great granddaddy, like the dude said, when he was talking about his grandfather, that's Harrison, the dude who found the land. All right. So, or no, his dad. That would be his dad. So these are all his children, Gabriel, Andrew, and like Mr. Walker said, so forth and so on. The more time go on, the muddier the waters become. The more people are born into the family, the more it becomes muddier. Each child born muddies the water.
And because now this is the extreme con. So what's the danger? Look at this. Each person has an equal share, and they ain't even got to know it exists. I lived through this process. It hurts me every time I talk about it. Some strange white man from Texas contacted my grandma trying to buy like 5 acres in Shreveport. And she told me, and I started doing heavy research, and I said, Grandma, please don't do it. And I gave her the rundown. I did my research. I watched the documentaries, and I got the information. I Google mapped it, and I seen that plot of land was 2 blocks from a damn country club. I said, please don't do it. Months later, done deal. And the problem is because you get people that don't care about maintaining land. They don't care about legacy. And the relatives that don't care, just sell it. They say, yep, hand over that 10 wax for 10 acres. And next thing you know, this strange person that don't know any of your family then got what's the percentage? Like 33% of people to sign?
Less than that. So like you said, maybe 20 or 15. They can get about 15% of the people. So they'll just start scouring through phone books and stuff, looking for relatives, calling phone numbers. Hey, I'll give you 3,000. If I can get all y'all to agree to this number, I don't need 100%. I just need about 10, 15% of y'all to say yes.
And now that stranger gonna go to the courthouse, and all y'all, Gabriel, Andrew, Willie, Florence, John, Isabel, the names on the screen, y'all don't have a choice. Y'all must sell this property because the person that owns the 15%, y'all can't come to terms. That's the con. And now he's gonna walk in the court and he's going to force you to sell. You don't have a choice. You're gonna give up. You're gonna give it up.
And there you go. That's because our families are so separated. So I'll get you in, Brother Jay. But yeah, it can be people you never met in your life. These are relatives you don't even know exist. Y'all don't know each other from a can of paint, but y'all share a bloodline. They might live on the other side of the country and be a long lost relative, and they got kids and so forth and so on. And yeah, so this is how we are so separated as people.
And then this builds hate right quick, Jay. And then this builds hate amongst the family. Because now the family down south that cared about the land, they had to sell because the family up north then sold off their share. and now it's just bad blood. Welcome in, brother Jay.
What's going on, brothers? What's going on, chat panel? I spent a lot of time down in Charleston, South Carolina, and like Monk's Corner and around that area, and all the Gullah Geechee. I got to know the community pretty well, so I know how valuable family is to them down there. My question is, I want to make this a legit question because I'm unaware. It's good that the family still has the property, but when they own it, what's the use of it if they're just going to continue to hold it? Like if it's just an asset to the family that they just continue to hold and pass it down, then where does the value of the property come into play?
And another con with the heirs law. Exactly. It's supposed to fall apart by design. You know what I mean, Jay? There is none. And eventually there is a documentary. I put it in the Patreon. It's called How Heirs Law Was Used to Something Black Land. And it shows there are folks that know about this, and they will literally go to the courts, look up the documents, and they will go and poach these people. So, like Jay, it's supposed to fall apart, brother. It ain't supposed to be no value to the family.
Well, I was gonna say, I mean, there is tremendous value. I'm gonna let this keep playing. He gonna tell y'all, we just can't extract it. The value is there. Like he said, it's like having money in the bank.
That's my question though, Gav. Like, how did we? Because the value can stay there forever and pass down. But at what point do we get the return on whatever investment that we've made, tending to the land, taking care of the land, making sure people don't come in and poach the land? Where I understand it has value, but how do we turn that value into something usable?
Start like lumber companies and stuff like that. I'm gonna let this go.
Or at least give the family an opportunity to buy it back, because, if I decided I don't want to own something anymore, at least give her the opportunity, to take possession of it.
Yeah, because I figured it just like we got this group here, right? Suppose we were sitting under the tree and Taylor.
And camp out.
Yeah, like a camp out situation.
Right.
Yeah, wouldn't that be great? Mm-hmm.
I see Taylor being someplace for, friends, family, fun, and some business,
Even this here, sweetgrass is used to make baskets. The baskets can be sold for millions of dollars. So they got acres and acres of this sweetgrass. They got precious lumber, all type of different lumber, stuff we don't know how to manufacture and turn into money, but it's there. But now, like you said, white man got a lot of these secrets on but we got to figure it out.
There you go. And watching documentaries and little specials like this, I come to realize that money does kind of grow on trees. Like these plants, the trees, the lumber, that's what it's all about. But what Jay is saying, if we don't come together, because with heirs law, a large group got to agree, got to come together, got to agree. And like I said, by design, it was made for it to fail. This family here maintaining it and having a chance at holding on to it is magic, man.
And that looked like a lot of raw land. And if you understand anything about development, in order for that timber or that stuff to be cultivated, you need access to that. So now you got to build access roads through there because big machinery can't come into that marshland. A lot of South Carolina is marshland. So now you got to have dirt brought in. You got to have it plowed, tilled, compacted. I mean, it's a lot of money that's going to go into that before you can even reap the benefits of your land. So, I mean, it's a lot that goes, and that means that your family has to have a certain know-how to do that, the channel to do that, the contacts, the connects. I mean,
good point, Jay.
I understand it. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing that they're doing this. I'm just saying, like, we got to think like multiple steps ahead. Like, what are ways that people can come in and take this land from up under us legally? How do we cultivate this? How do we make this into a cash crop or something that we can utilize down the line to where we're not just sitting on land, we can actually reap the benefits of it so we can grow generational wealth. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they got to start some kind of group, like I said, financial groups. There's just no trust amongst Black folks. Look at the one brother, Jay Morrison. He was starting that thing and took all that money and was trying to build. And like you said, it turned out to be a scam. Like y'all saying with Umar and a lot of stuff. Black folks don't trust each other. So if these people were trying to start some crowdfunding and get the most rich people like Oprah and Tyler Perry and Michael Jordan, these people should be sponsoring this kind of stuff, and we should all be on the same page. They are the wallets of the operations, but we don't move like that. Other cultures do.
There you go. But the magic of coming together, how they're sitting at that table hashing things out, that is how you how Jay, you start asking these questions and folks start taking note and getting answers to the questions. But yeah, there's definitely more than one way to skin a cat. Good question. Good insight, Jay.
Outside of reparations, shout out to Ebony Dean, that would help. But until then, we got to have plan A, B, C, D. But like I said, that would be the goal, right? We get the reparations. We can do a lot if we all get 250,000. I don't know.
I see what Jay's saying, especially with the lumber, those heavy trucks. That's like here in Pittsburgh. Some of these roads is old. You doing some big renovation in the hills of Pittsburgh. You got to make sure that road will hold up that dump truck that's going to be moving that material to and fro. Otherwise, you're going to go rolling down the hillside here. You end up submerged in the swamp. So shout out to Jay, man. That's some good insight. But these conversations must be had.
Yes, because people are doing it. Like we said, these white companies are going in, these lumber companies are going in and extracting this lumber. That's the first thing they do when they buy the property. They want the lumber and the sweet grass. They know what's there. They just want to buy it. That's why I need 10% of y'all to say yes. And then they show videos on this. They start moving in. They got the infrastructure. They know how to move this stuff.
And they buddies and co-workers and compadres got excavators and clean field, Jay, and they just gonna move in and everything you said, building dirt roads and compacting the land, done within half a month.
Yeah. So we got some super chats here.
Shout out to our pink sister Reed Pink, been a member for 4 months. Says salute Gavin X Mr. Walker, and shout out to chat. Hit the like button.
Appreciate you, sister.
Shout out to brother Heavy Ray. Says, Gav, you're dating yourself. No, is no more phone book. Shout out to the yellow pages. Shout out to the sister Nais. Says, family can lease the land only. Lease land only and split the income. There you go. Maintain ownership like McDonald's and just lease. You lease it. There you go. Now we're talking. Appreciate you, Frederick Howard. Says 4 men, 4 children families since the 1950s created multi-blood families and single moms. The number 1 blood families on this clip are a treasure. Magic. Appreciate your Project Leroy. Says Jay Tillman, there's a flower called blank blank that is native and grown in the wetlands of South Carolina. Read into it. I can't say it on YouTube. Okay. Appreciate you, EV Ray. Says this video show why blended families aren't natural.
There we go. So I'm gonna let them finish landing the plane. Hit the like button.
With the proper clearing, there's a lot that we could do.
We want to keep that family connection, keep it going, for Cameron's children and her children. Same thing for my children and my children's children.
Right.
We always want to try to keep that in line for the simple fact we know what our parents had to go through to keep it for us.
Taylor Island is a microcosm of the challenges Gullah Geechee families face with ancestral lands. It and our future hang in the balance. Will our history be lost to the waves, or can our legacy be preserved? Around this dinner table, stories were shared, wounds began to heal, and a new generation was inspired to write their own chapter in Taylor's story. This is not just our family's fight. It's a story that calls on all of us to protect and honor the places that connect us to our past.
So there we go, that Geechee land. I'll get you in, Leon. I see you've been sitting waiting. I know this down in your neck of the woods. What you got?
Well, when Sherman went through South Carolina, he left nothing but the name. he said when he reached the South Carolina border that the Civil War began there, and by God, it would end here. And after the Civil War, the Confederate soldiers were banned to vote for life. But, about 15, 20 years after that, the Republican Party tricked black people and allowed them to vote again. But by that time, black politicians had grew in South Carolina. South Carolina had the most black politicians in Congress than any state. So the slave owners that lost the war, their slaves got that land. And, it's like I said in the chat, even before the Civil War, they couldn't deal with the summer, the mosquitoes and all the critters, during the summer. They would leave that land, those islands out on the coast of South Carolina, they would leave that land and go to the mainland and then come back in the fall. And they left their slaves to work there. So these slaves knew that land, and that's how they got that land. But during the there's a movie by a guy that wrote a famous book, and he was a teacher out on those islands, and I can't remember the name of it now. But there's a movie that was done based on the book that he wrote about the true life of him living out there and teaching these children. And these children in the late 60s, early 70s were just remedial. And they did not know, the basics of even their own geography of where South Carolina was located. So this Gullah Geechee society, I commend them for holding on to that land. And, look.
And let me say this real quickly. I'll get you back. Look at the land. We talk about swamp land.
Yeah.
Inhabitable. Nobody wanted it at that. If you think hundreds of years ago, they had plenty more of this country to explore, and they weren't about to fight over this land too much. That's why they are doubling back for it hundreds of years later. Now they want it because most of the country is spoken for. And they like this land here that don't nobody really want because it's mostly swamp and it's bull job. We don't know how to deal with it. It's all kind of animals, always getting hit with hurricanes and stuff. Nobody really wants it. But there's not much land left for sale. So they say, look, we need it all.
That too. And also construction technology has advanced. Oh, don't get it. Listen, I'll be watching those videos. They go in there with these steel poles and they just keep pushing them down into the ground till they hit solid ground. They will push. They gonna build a foundation on stilts and it's gonna be solid as a rock. So if they got plans for it, trust me, they'll have boat houses out that mother sucker, luxury boat houses.
A lot of people don't realize that, like in the Florida Everglades, the Florida Everglades was way bigger than what it is now. But black people own all that land down there because nobody wanted it. They considered it to be poor land, and blacks started coming in and having their towns. That's where you get that movie. What's that movie? Rosewood. Those were black towns at that time, and nobody wanted that land because it was all swamp land, and And then, they came in, they drained the swamp, pushed it. That's why they got alligators in the backyard. Alligators and said, nigga, what? You take my house? Yeah, okay, you take my house, I'm going to take your dog. So, but anyway, what the deal is that, these white folks, now, when people white folks be talking about going down to South Carolina on vacation, a lot of them be talking about Myrtle Beach. But the people that know are talking about Hilton Head. They're talking about private resorts that, it looks like if you go there, you're back in 1850. I mean, seriously, these are some serious high-end resorts out there on those islands. And I know people that have been out there, and if you know your history, they went out there to the islands in order to the current currency, the money that we have now. That was how can I articulate that? That was developed on one of those South Carolina islands, and Woodrow Wilson signed it. It was done in the dark in order to control the money and the economy in the United States, because the money used to be backed by gold. They changed that. So, and they changed that on the island out here on South Carolina. And if you know, look, South Carolina used to be one of the richest states. South Carolina still plays a major role in politics. Look, I live in North Carolina. People like to say the Carolinas. People in North Carolina say, we're North Carolina, that's South Carolina. We don't know them niggas. And we don't. Because South Carolina got some real shit with it. You ask Lee Turner. Lee Turner lives in South Carolina, so he knows. That Murdoch thing, that's South Carolina. South Carolina, Susan Smith, South Carolina. South Carolina got a demon over it.
And like I said, I lived down there for a while, man. You go, they got them old plantations is still up, man. You go on those properties, man. It like the feeling it gives you is goosebumps. They have a museum down there too. I can't remember the name of it. It's like the first slaves brought over. They still have the chains that they were in the museum. And you walk in this place and it sends shivers up your spine, man. And Charleston, downtown Charleston, the main strip there is called Market Street. And you can only guess what one of the main things they sold on Market Street was. And to go back to the reference of the lands, downtown Charleston is actually under sea level. If you're standing on the road, the ocean is up here, up against on the other side of a wall. So I mean, yeah, if y'all haven't been to South Carolina or Charleston, nothing like that, Hilton Head, Daniel Island, or Isle of Palms and all that stuff, y'all should go. It's a beautiful place, man. But it's a place that's just covered in our history, man, and of stuff that they know down there and they haven't forgotten, man. But a lot of people have forgotten, and I guarantee you will see it differently. It will make you feel different about actually being down there.
I want to definitely. I ain't been to the South. Yeah, not that part of the South. I've been down to Tampa, Florida. That ain't really the South. I need to go like Alabama, like you said, South Carolina. I didn't know South Carolina, you said, is underwater, and
Charleston, South Carolina is literally under sea level. If you standing on the road, the ocean is up here.
He's right. He's right.
And and somebody said in chat, when it rains and it floods there, people be in canoes on Market Street going down through the city.
Listen,
regularly.
As long as you got the right protocol, like I said, you in that environment got to adjust. You know, I'd imagine if you stay somewhere where it snowed, 10 feet once a year, you have a snowmobile. So if you somewhere where it's gonna flood, get your daggone boat. Have me a boat.
I'm gonna get out of here, man. I'm gonna go. I'll be up early in the morning, so I gotta get out. But everybody, go check out my song on my channel, Big Bang. It's about us and the feeling that I inspire when I think about Brother Gavin X and Mr. Walker and everybody that's in the SBC Cart Before the Horse umbrella. And y'all supporting me on my channel, and I see everybody's channels and stuff like that. It's the feeling I get when I see all of us like this. You know what I'm saying? It's a beautiful thing, man. So go check out the Big Bang, and if you feel extra, go check out some other stuff too. But check that one out right there. It gives me goosebumps every time I listen to it, man.
I like it. Shout out to Brother J. Tillman. No, I'm a fan, brother. I believe in the vision. I listened to it this morning. I heard it. I said, okay, we got it. We got a new song. Shout out to Brother J. Tillman. Make sure y'all go subscribe to both channels. We got Back to the Flicks, my personal favorite. Shout out to our interactive little zombie apocalypse survival scenario. Oh, we be having a good old time. If y'all ain't tapped in, y'all tripping. And shout out to the the lo-fi, the music channel, man. I'm listening to Jay Tillman's lo-fi every day. That's why I seen the Big Bang. Good stuff,
I see you
brother.
on there. Yeah. Appreciate y'all, Gav, Mr. Walker.
Yes,
see you, Leon, man, involved. Nice to see you on the panel. Everybody in the chat, y'all take it easy. I'll be listening, but I got to go up. So
yes, sir. Appreciate you.
Glad you came.
Today. Drop his link in the chat, cousin Walker, if you can, sister. But where we at here? I was gonna pull this up real quick, just a map of South Carolina. So yeah, they on the coast. Everything's on this coast here. So you talk about Hilton Head and Charleston. This was forgotten land. These are swamp lands. Look at all the passages, all the swamp. Nobody really wanted to deal with this back in them times, right on the ocean. Like I said, beautiful property, but a lot of swamp land.
And you got to know how to deal with it. Shout out to the Maroons. Our folks, this is what's amazing. Again, where our Freedom Brand, Sister Ebony Dean, when we need her. Our folks ran to the outskirts of the country. All right, look at this. To escape persecution. That's why a lot of them went that way, and folks didn't want it. So we said, you know what? Y'all garbage is our treasure. And we made it to something amazing. And now, because this is the good old United States, now they're like, get that back. Get that back. Y'all done showed us. We're inspired. Y'all done showed us what we can do with it. And our technology has advanced. Y'all don't get it. They will build a daggone hotel in the middle of that swamp. Y'all better stop playing.
Yeah. And they have. Like Leon was said, Hilton Head. That was something, they took that from us. So we had established there first. They say, oh, they got something going, and took it, and now go look at it. All white resorts and whatnot.
Glory to our people, man. That's all right.
And those resorts, black people, you got to have some money to go there. I'm not talking about new. You got to have that dust, that money that got that dust up there. That dust from, yes. Look, you don't even understand the politics of South Carolina. What South Carolina can do. Now, there's a lot of blacks in South Carolina that's got land. There's some good, cheap land in South Carolina. If you don't believe me, all you got to do is look it up. So, but these blacks acquired that land after the Civil War, where they could, land was cheap, damn near free. And the, federal government was overseeing things and protecting blacks. But when the federal government turned against blacks and allowed the Confederate soldiers to vote again, and and they started, terrorizing blacks and taking things and using the law against us, and that is why there are two things that blacks need to understand: education and the law, because we are a nation of laws. If it did, this is the unwritten rule in the United States. If it didn't happen in court, it didn't happen at all. I don't care if it's murder all the way down to loitering. If it's not in the court system, it didn't happen. Know the laws of the United States, adapt them for yourself, because this is what they will use against you. If you don't know the laws, then they will use the law against you. You don't have to become a lawyer or a paralegal, but you need to know the laws of the United States, because they will use those laws against you. Just like buying land. People don't understand. Just because you got a piece of property doesn't mean you own the mineral rights. They can come under your house and gain all those minerals. So if there's valuable minerals under your house, they're coming to get it. So if you buy a piece of property, you need to make sure that you have those mineral rights too. I told this white girl that, and she went back and told her fiance that, and they made sure they had those mineral rights. And she came back and told me. She said, Leon, yes, we do have the mineral rights in our deed. So what I'm trying to say is this: if you don't think they won't come for what you got, you're a fool, because they will. I know. And they do it because they can.
Okay. Shout out to Leon.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
What you got, man, Evolve? What's your take here?
If I had $1 for every different set of family this has happened to in the Bahamas and the Turks and Caicos, where an uncle talked to one or two of the brothers, and then he went and he talked to this white man, and he gave the brothers $30,000 each, right? 25 years later, come to find out that uncle sell that property to that white man for $6 million. I telling you, I could drive you on my island and I could carry you to areas where that happened in families over and over and over. Because what happened on this island where I live in the 1950s, that exact same thing what you guys were talking about happened. There was a lumber mill company on this island that cut down the trees. And after they cut down the trees, the white people went and they leased the land from the government for 99 years. And we buy property in that city from that company. And that company developed it. And just like you said, there was old people who they befriended and stole property, because what happened at the time, everyone lived on the coast, along the shore. Used to walk from one end of the island to the next, to the marketplace. Sometimes it used to take overnight, walking like 80 miles, 90 miles to go to the market to sell the stuff that you buy. And so everyone was living on the ocean. When these people started developing the land, they started noticing, oh, these people in these shacks living on this beautiful water properties. And so at the end of the day, like you say, when they come in for your stuff, if you don't have your paperwork right, if you don't have your family together on one page, you could lose hundreds of millions of dollars for two different reasons. One, you got some brothers and sisters who don't want to agree even to sell it, because you could sell something get yourself some money to be able to do something. That's what a lot of people is missed too.
Sell a little portion, not all of it. You mean sell a portion,
or lease it, like the guy, someone had mentioned, which was a really good idea. You could lease it out to be used and stuff like that, so you could get some money, so that you could now use the money to, maybe do some industrial stuff. But you got to have that plan and you got to have that mindset. And most persons, their great grandparents could barely read, if you really think about it. And so most people don't even understand what it is that they're sitting on and how it could be used. And these people just is coming with their smiles. And boy, them people could smile, son. They smile and they be so nice. And when you look, everything gone.
I hate that it's like you said, our great grandparents, they didn't have formal education. They were illiterate. I say that most respectfully, you know what I mean? And now we are here, trying to figure it out. But this is how it starts. Stop these vicious cycles of our land being taken. And what I'm saying is, like, they didn't know. Even today, our folks don't seem to know, Brother Man Evolve. Like, you could still make an income. You don't have to relinquish ownership. That's what I'm getting at. Like, that's part of our struggle, our journey, and the obstacles put in our way. We were trained and brainwashed to relinquish ownership. The artists are selling their what is it?
Royalties.
Royalties. All like, yes, and we got to maintain ownership, own the land, lease it, garner some daggone income. Appreciate you. Shout out to the sister hanging with Courtney. Appreciate you, sister. Says, if anyone has relatives that sold their family land, still check the mineral rights. Those rights weren't sold. You could still receive money. Shout out to sister hanging with Courtney. There you go. Likes that.
So I think Leon was just hitting on something about mineral rights and all that. So yeah.
And those be the things they leave out. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't know that. So it could be, but they say, hey, if they don't ask, we ain't telling.
But you can't be in a bad position. The thing is, you still got, because some of the stuff is going to require having lawyers and whatnot. So that you still got to have some type of money, or something. We got to be together. We all ante up $200-300, whatever, to pay this lawyer. But you can't just say I own the mineral rights. Somebody got to do the legwork.
There you go. And there you go, Mr. X. Since this has become a discussion, the court system has recognized Ayers law as being a problem. And so since they're so kind, they have made a pathway to, like you said, Mr. X, you can hire a freaking attorney and force people to sell you back your land. But like you said, it's going to take time, resources, and money. It is what it is.
What you got, Leon?
Yeah, you're right about the lawyer thing, but if you got a solid case, a lawyer will take that case and, get paid on the back end if you got a solid case and all. So it's just like these people out in California that got their land back, what was it, the Broadway Beach or something like that, so California took it from their relatives, and now they got it back or something. They got it back, and they got I think it was $20 million, and now they're leasing the property to to California and all. But it's Broadway Beach or something like that. And, nobody wanted that property back in the day. And this black guy and his family, they bought the place, and nobody wanted it. And then California came in and took it from them. And so now their descendants have gotten, that property. It's just like that movie Sarah's Oil, which is based on a true story. Nobody wanted that land. But when oil was found on it and it was valuable, that's when it's just like Man Evolve said, when they come with those smiles It's just like if I got somebody smiling at me, I'm like, what the fuck you want? Because if you picture the in Red Riding Hood, you know, that wolf got them big white shiny teeth. And I'm looking at somebody, it's just like when I go to church, you know, I go to an all white church. So they're always smiling at me. So I'm like, okay, you know, but what the deal is this. Mr. Walker hit it on the head. It takes interdependence in order to get to the level that we want. If all black people, the majority of black people, one day walk out of their jobs, schools, and say, we want reparations now. That's what it's going to take. It's going to take a march on Washington, just like the 60s. But we got to be together on it. Because they can break us if we're just individuals. But if we're together, it's harder for them to break us. So we need interdependence and not independence. And that's what people in second, third world developing countries know better than we do. That it takes everyone to get somewhere. So,
all right, I'm gonna get Rachai in here. I think he was cooking. Leon, what you got, Rachai? Was he cooking or not? What you got?
I zoned out.
Welcome up, brother.
Welcome up, OG.
You can hear me, right?
Yes.
So I zoned out with Leon was his last statement. Something he said about marching. I just kind of went left. There's some very good conversations going on in the chat. And, there's some very intelligent people in the chat. And one of my favorite colleagues in the chat is definitely throwing out some very valuable and strong information. Sometimes we don't need to be telling everything on the internet up here on YouTube because we know the government's listening. So, my relatives always said, and I think everybody's relatives said the same thing about if you want to keep something from a black person, put it in the book. So that goes back to reading, right? But we don't need to be sharing things openly, okay? Especially things that's dear to the family, like some of the information and the topics that was part of this particular portion of the chat that dealt with property, because I'm willing to bet there's a lot of people, a lot of black people, my family members, who own land, but did not have, but they only had the land and they knew nothing about mineral rights. Okay. Just like if you go down in the Bayou area or the Delta, Mississippi Delta, not the Bayou. The Bayou is in Louisiana. But if you go in the Delta area, there's a lot of trees out there along with those plantations. However, up under the ground, there's a lot of minerals like bauxite and, I forgot the other one. But you can own the land, but they can come get it anytime because you don't own the minerals. And the minerals is what more or less, hey, Project Leroy said it, law, you can know the laws, but laws and business are two separate things. And we've already seen that quite a few times during since my existence with several presidents. Okay. One that comes to mind is what number 43 did, right? When it came to the laws that we have to abide to right now about TSA, if you catch my drift. But yeah, laws and business are two separate things entirely, because businesses can change laws. But anyway, very interesting conversation in the chat. And I came on, I just came up to say that, but I also wanted to say that, yeah, thanks, Leon. I've been to South Carolina. I've been to Charleston. I was there for a wedding, and the first time I was there, and Jay Tillman brought up something that is very true, that I only thought existed in New Orleans, that Charleston is a city that sits in a bowl. Because when I was looking out my hotel window, or the window of the hotel I was in, at one point I couldn't tell the sky from the ocean, because it all looked the same. Until later that day, I told my wife, God, we're in a bowl. And sure enough, the next day it rained, and the hotel that was down the hill from us was totally flooded. The water was over the top of cars. Okay. So, for about 5 hours later, the water receded, but South Carolina has a lot of riches, and the people are sitting on some type of wealth. But again, we should not be openly sharing such information as freely in panels like this on YouTube, because it's good to share some information in the chat, but we need to do our own research. Thank you very much, Rachel. We need to do our own research and understand what's going on, and then go back to our families and share that with our families. I'm going through something right now with a family member that is not, and it's about property. And the individual is not totally honest, and the individual is excited by money, not understanding what the true value of that real estate is. The long term, they're excited about the money. Okay, but as a result, because of money, they got themselves into some hot water, and with mismanagement of money, and to the point that I can't save you, especially if you're not going to. Anyway, enough of that. But I want to say, this is the last thing I'm going to say. So Gavin X, oh my goodness, that last broadcast on last Tuesday, man, I was verklempt, totally verklempt. All right. I had to turn you off and go down and pray, because I was not in a good space to make a comment, because of the things that I was told and some things I encountered personally when I visited my family in Mississippi, in the Delta. And I have family on both sides. And when you showed that Eastland plantation, and with people from, that's right off of Highway 61 in the Delta, not far from, when you ride down that, anyway, I know exactly where that is. And I have family members that on both sides that have ancestry that worked that plantation. So I'm not going to go down, open up this thing again, but but I'm glad you shared that. And I had opportunity to talk with my uncle, and a lot of things that I have, of being a baby boomer, that was shared with me, and that are somewhat disconnected from a lot of the younger people that's in the 40s and younger, that just don't know about the trials and tribulations of the Mississippi Delta and Alabama, Georgia. and parts of Arkansas. You just don't know. Okay, but I'm gonna land my plane.
Shout out to OG Rashad. Yeah, I feel you. I think we had somebody, or we touched on, I think, one truth over lies, just about, like you say, going into too much detail about plans. And I agree with that. I have no rebuttal. As far as the conversation we're having, it's so rough, and I don't think we are releasing any ancestral secrets. But I agree, the details being hashed out. We should never be up here going over debits and credits as far as things, and just deep details about things, because I agree that they're always watching and don't know what obstacles they could throw in your way. I agree, OG Richard.
Yeah, because all they need is, I mean, just like I talked about the Mississippi Delta, it's not hard to find out, but you have to search those towns. Businesses can change laws, and it happens all the time in those areas. Okay, trees generate money, income. Jay Tillman said, but you need infrastructure in order to bring it to market. However, you're talking about roads and whatnot. However, our people are very ingenious. Okay, if those people ran away from those plantations and found themselves in places like Charleston or near Charleston on their own, I'm willing to bet that they can think of ways to cut down some trees and get it to market without building roads and other type of infrastructure, because they've done it before, long before the Model T. So
there you go. I was thinking more boats or something, some kind of big old heavy duty pontoon boats or something, and just shipping the lumber. It don't have to be something.
You don't need that, Mr. Walker. You can just cut the trees down, tie them together. They're gonna float.
There you go. It don't have to be some big commercial, deal. You ain't feeding the land. You are making money off your land. So yeah, this is the rough draft stuff. Like I like these conversations. I definitely don't want to stop having them.
Well, I'm gonna say this to one of my members in the chat. No, I didn't. When I used to play in the bands, different bands, and we used to travel. We did the Chitlin circuit a lot, from all up and down 57, 55, 61, Interstate 10, Airline Highway. Anybody, when I say that, you know what I'm talking about. And so Project Leroy, no. My goal was to be either at home in Chicago or in some hotel in the safe area before 8 p.m. That was in the summertime. In the wintertime, if we had to go anywhere further than Chicago, we weren't going. Okay? But no, I stayed off of those roads. No. Stayed off of those roads and made sure that I was somewhere before nightfall, because it definitely wasn't safe. All right. I remember I pulled into Brookhaven, Mississippi. Had some car trouble, and we had to pull into this service station. And back then they had service stations. I don't know if you all know what that is, where they did vehicle repairs, got your oil changed and all that kind of crap. Anyway, we had to get the vehicle that we had to be serviced. Needed something, I forgot what it was. But anyway, when we pulled in there, white guy was behind the counter, big Confederate flag on the wall. The Confederate flag was the size of the wall. It was big. And he's behind the counter with peanuts in a bowl of salted water. And he was snacking on the peanuts. And when I walked in, he said, "Can I help you, boy?" So I was like, "Okay, yep, I'm here. I'm here."
Boy,
Right?
is that just a no boy? I don't even know how to address that. Like, just leave, dude, walk away, turn it.
I'm telling you. I mean, I experienced that. You know, the chitlin circuit was real. Okay.
Can you call him boy back? Boy for boy? Nothing, boy.
Mr. Walker, you
Mr.
missed what I
Walker.
said in the beginning, right?
Mr. Walker, when they say, can I help you, boy? You say, yes, sir. I like to get my oil changed. I like to get my car serviced. See, you try to make it out of there. See, he's talking about areas like Natchez, Rolling Fork. He's talking about areas where there was this producer that went on this plantation to try to talk to this blues player, and owner of the plantation came out with a shotgun, and he said, "Leave my nigger alone." The guy was a phenomenal. He could play the blues like nobody's business. And this producer heard about him, and he went down there to Mississippi, and they told him, "Leave my nigger alone." And he had a shotgun. He's talking about Highway 61. He's talking about the Chitlin Circuit. See, James Brown spoke about it in Night Train. See, if you listen to the blues, you'll know what he's talking about. The blues will tell you all of that. If you want to know about life, listen to the blues. That's what Led Zeppelin got. Mr. Walker knows. The soul of a woman was created below because Jimmy Page and who's the least? Robert Plant listened to the blues. They knew about life. They knew about what a woman could do. They knew about, look, Robert Plant said when he went into a town one time and he went to buy some soap because he needed to wash his ass, and with that long hair, them white folks said, "Oh, that's a girl." And he said in the book, The Hammer of the Gods, he said, "Now I know what a nigger feels like." That's what Robert Plant said. And he was the lead singer of the biggest band at the time, Led motherfucking Zeppelin. I got all 9, they did 10 studio albums. I got 9 of them. I'm not getting Coda. You couldn't get me to buy, you can't give me Coda. But anyway, what I'm trying to say, Retired Media is telling you the truth. When you go, now, God damn it, look, I'm trying to tell you. Look, Mr. Walker said Tampa is not in the South. Look, Floridians like to think that they're not in the South, but they are. And you.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say that to get him go on that tangent like that, but but part of what he was saying is okay. But
Shout out to Project Leroy. Says, "You see me smiling at Leon King? Just know he's been timed out for that foolishness earlier." Sorry, Project Leroy, saw that late, man.
Well, better late than never. Tell you that.
I'm trying to tell you. Shout out to Leon. Shout out to the sister hanging with Courtney, keeping the whole Walker family hair silky smooth. Forgot to say, says, "You're right, Gavin X. You will have to have legal backing. There are websites by state to check mineral rights to get you started. You can see all documentation." Shout out to hanging with Courtney. Shout out to y'all with y'all knowledge, man.
There you go.
Yeah! Boom, shakalaka!
Appreciate your sister hanging with Courtney. Says, also, if your family lost a home to property taxes, remember, there may be a right of redemption. A limited window could exist to reclaim it. Just FYI. Appreciate you, sister.
Appreciate you, Courtney. Cooking.
Shout out to the brother TJ Through the Fire podcast and joined us this evening. Says, salute Richai.
Money, 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 money.
Appreciate your brother TJ coming through like you do, brother. Says, hey, fellas, speaking of Mississippi Delta, my grandmother introduced me to the family that owned our family. Whoa. When I first visited him in Indianola, Mississippi. Indianola, Mississippi. That was surreal. The family that owned, whew, that's weird as heck. That's
His
weird.
grandfather introduced him.
Mm.
His grandfather. Yeah.
Man, so welcome up, brother TJ. What you got? What you got?
I came up because this is my first time seeing Rashad Media. So I actually came up to meet the brother. I thought he was a young whippersnapper in the chat all the time, but this is a seasoned grown man with some history. I like it.
I used to too before I met him. I said, this is an OG.
yes, indeed. Listen, I know. I mean, sorry, I haven't been watching. I just got home about an hour ago from clinical, and then I'm doing homework. But so I haven't been able to watch the entire stream of the show. So I apologize. But I wanted to mention something because I know you guys were talking about mineral rights and stuff like that. And let me I just want to give you a short story. Then I got to get back to this. I hate this crap that I'm doing to myself. The reason why my grandfather, this is about 6 or 7 years ago, introduced me to the family that owned our family is because on the land that we were residing at, by the way, my family resided on that land until 1976.
I believe
we went from slaves to sharecroppers, but my grandmother, her oldest brother, he actually invented the formula for lava soap.
Mm-hmm.
And they tried to buy it out from him back then. That was a hell no. And my great uncle, who I never met him, was mysteriously ran over by a cotton gin.
Mm-hmm.
Was ran over by a cotton gin. And my grandmother's father turned over because he had another son, which is the uncle that I grew up with. He had another son who was a little bit younger and a daughter, which is my grandmother. And so he just could not, risk them because he was working on the land, and that family at the time was friends with the man who actually ended up with the formula for the lava soap for my family. So and here's the thing. I mention this because a lot of times, we, especially over on SBC Nation and Truth Over Lies, we take a look at the condition of us today. And we fail to realize or understand the scope of the fact of the matter is stuff like that happened to my great uncle was within people. The people who were alive back then are still alive. These people are now in their 80s, early to mid 80s, early 90s, and are still alive.
Mm-hmm.
And when we're out here and we're behaving this way, not realizing in just 2 generations in our family, we have destroyed whatever pride that we have. And so these conversations like we're having tonight, I really like as a service, as a reminder, or at least a reminder of that this stuff just happened and we can go back. I think you guys, I don't know if it was last Tuesday or whatever, but you guys brought up the fact that our rights in America, I'm talking about African-American born rights in America, they're not permanent rights.
Right.
They're not permanent.
That's right.
And we're out here wilding out, and we are out here wilding out and doing what we're doing. Is it the majority of us doing it? No, but it's enough of us where it has destroyed, our whatever left of our image was, and it gives them justification for how they continue to treat us. And don't think anytime I'm kind of rambling, but anytime white men get angry, anxious, and upset, the way that the government gives them quiets them down is to give them somebody to hate. and to argue with and to be mad at and to focus on. And it's always somebody with our hue of color skin. And we need to not forget those things while we're out here moving like this. We're out here in this world right now. All of us are unprotected, except for Mr. Walker, Mr. Gavin. You guys got family, but the majority of us are out here unprotected. We don't have a community if something goes left. And if you don't think anything can go left, I bet you the people in Rosewood never thought it could go left. I bet you the people in Tulsa, Oklahoma didn't think it was going to go left. I bet you those that got drowned in Lake Lanier, I bet you they never thought it would go left.
Facts, TJ. Facts, man. I agree, brother. Shout out to your great granddad for creating that formula for that lava soap. Shout out to my father-in-law. He helped create a soap. I don't know if it was Cam is one of them, but shout out to our folks, man. What somebody say earlier in the chat? We are currently making history. Currently, still to this day. Shout out to our brilliant ancestors. That's dope, TJ. I mean, it's dope about your granddad. The whole being owned ain't so dope.
No.
TJ, you brought up several things that's so true. That we are 2 or 3 generations removed from the current generation. Is young people are 2 or 3 generations removed from those very people that you're speaking of that were on the lands that are first descendants of slaves, former slaves, and sharecroppers. And that was down there in the South. And then though their sons and daughters and grandchildren came up north seeking a better life. All right. Because those rights could be taken away from. Okay, I'm 72 years. My grandson told me I was 72 years old. Like, where you get that from? But anyway, I take it. That's good. But the voting rights and the civil rights bill that was signed by President Johnson that happened in my life. I was a teen, preteen, or something like that, 1968, right? I was 13. But anyway, that comes up every presidential election and every presidential term. And they're in the back room making decisions on whether or not we're gonna renew this thing, right?
There was some real talk the last time to not renew it.
Yes,
there was some serious.
Exactly.
It was scary
to not renew what exactly? To not renew what?
Our voting rights.
Golly, just all of a sudden they go.
I mean, it got no. You guys don't under. This is like 2006 or 2008. This was crazy. It was because they actually let it expire. Let it expire, and there was a real ugly debate about whether they would even bring it back up for a vote to reauthorize. This is some scary stuff.
Now that was right before Obama was getting ready to run.
Yes.
So there you go. Obama getting ready to run for president. They say we ain't gonna let these ninjas vote. So that was a thing. So here we are. What now? We talking just voting rights, or are we talking civil rights?
Listen. The United States Supreme Court, 4 years ago, they gutted the Civil Rights Act. We don't have a Civil Rights Act anymore. They gutted it.
Well, that's because it's been hijacked, and it's not just for black folks anymore. It's for everybody that comes in the country. It's for the trans or anybody. So,
and this is why keep folks, even ourselves, trying to tie ourselves in with other folks, immigrants that ain't got our best interests at heart. Because, like you said, brother TJ, it's been gutted and hijacked. So now, via the hijacking, we are all, in the
Mr. Walker,
but we ain't.
Mr. Walker, Gavin, let me tell you guys something. If it wasn't for the Civil Rights Act, none of these immigrants would be here.
Understood, sir. Understood.
They're here because of the Civil Rights Act. And this is what makes me angry about us jumping in the middle of everybody else's fight. We're jumping in the middle of everybody else's fight for what? They don't jump in the middle of our fight. They don't. We're the battering ram. And when we're getting mollywopped out here systemically, they're not coming to our defense. They actually they're out here on the other side trying to tell us either to shut up, sit down, don't do this, be quiet. What are you fighting for? Name the insult. Yeah, but back to Rashad. Yeah, we got people who are still alive in our families who went through this stuff, and we act like it was crazy. My father's father, when I met, there's no secret. I tell people I met my dad when I was 30, so we're looking at like 16 years ago now. But the first time my grandfather, his dad, who's still alive, he's 89, he's still alive. The first time he showed me the 6 different dog bite marks that he got in Selma that are still on his body to this day. His wife, my grandmother, who had a permanent torn rotator cuff that they could not repair from that incident when she was a young woman. We got people still alive that have experienced this, and we're out here clowning to where we're clowning, and we got these people in our family, and they quietly don't. And they do. My grandpa, unless I ask him questions, he doesn't talk about it. He don't want to talk about it.
Well, this goes back to my question. I see Leon talking about civil rights, voting rights time. Now we're talking what's being voted on every 25 years.
Your voter rights, your voting rights. It's every 20.
Every 20.
Every
so
20.
It's not the civil rights. It's not civil rights.
Your voting rights, but they're tied in together. But listen, it's 2026. It's due this year.
I got a question. So you
got Trump in there. You got a Republican Supreme Court. You got a Republican House and Senate, and it's up this year.
So what we're saying is, TJ, there's a chance that every black person could lose their right to vote.
Absolutely, if they don't reauthorize it, or if they
not only every black person, just every non-white person, I would imagine.
They got different rules, Gavin X.
So what they'll say, I can see it happening.
That's what I'm asking y'all. What's up under that umbrella? Yeah.
I can see it happening. They can say you ninjas don't like to vote anyway.
I'm just saying. Look, I'm in Missouri, right? The African American voter turnout rate here is like 13-14%. If black folks, I don't care about Democrat or Republican. I'm just using this for illustration. If this is a red state, if 40% of blacks in this state voted, it would be a blue state.
Easy.
But it's in the teens that we vote. It's in the teens. You guys remember the whole Ferguson riots?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Because I'm here. Let me tell you what happened to the administration in Ferguson. Right after that, during that Mike Brown riot situation, there was a few months later, there was an election cycle here. The same administration that caused all of that chaos and grief and tormenting and torturing of the community got reelected. The mayor, the police chief, the city, they all got elected. Ferguson is 60% black. And their city administration was nearly 100% white. And they got reelected right after the Mike Brown situation. It took a whole nother 4 years for them to vote them out. Those same black folk that lived in that little area did not go out and vote even after that.
Yeah, that's a problem. I know I keep hearing folks say we need to start voting on a local level, and I've been thinking about that more. And what I'm realizing is that folks got to prioritize it. And I think it's so many things. If I'm not making any excuse for anybody, especially not myself, but a lot of folks are out here faking it and they ain't making it, TJ. So they got work overtime, working 2 jobs, folks, for whatever reasons, won't prioritize voting.
They
And
won't. There's no such thing as can't. They won't.
Right.
Okay.
They
Fair, yeah.
won't.
There won't.
Yeah.
They don't understand locally what's going on because they don't take the time to. Ebony Dean said it. Something as simple as understanding what the school board is doing. That's simple, right? And that can be done. That's your local level. That's your local government. Okay. What the police chief and fire, do we all understand where our property taxes go? How are they distributed?
Rashad, a lot of people don't, a lot of homeowners don't. I mean, if you're a homeowner, you know, because every year you get an itemized list of where your money going. And if you actually look at it, you'll throw up.
Well, maybe I should say that then. Are we looking at our property tax bill?
Oh, I do. And it's diabolical. The stuff that goes on my property tax list this year that I just got, there are 6 different line items that says general fund. 6.
General fund. Just general fund.
6 items, general fund.
Meaning what? Nothing.
Well, this goes back to what I said earlier about how people be so far to stump out Dr. Umar, but everybody's scamming people. We need to call these school boards, the cities. Like, we talk about one man trying to start a school. Granted, there's going to be some mess ups, but like you say, general fund. We think the city, the city board, the people on the board, the mayor, all them people getting a cut.
True.
Yeah, but the point is that where do we start? We need to be attending those meetings, those city council meetings.
I agree on
right?
that.
We need to do that. That's our local level, because at those meetings is where they determine how much they're going to raise our property taxes and where those funds will be distributed to those miscellaneous or general funds. Okay. But see, even in my town, man, it's online. I'll go online sometimes and look and see what the hell they're talking about. But I could walk down to City Hall from where I live and participate. I've done it a couple of times. There's 13 people in those meetings from the citizens. So what does that tell me? I said, I walked in, I was the only black guy in the room. I'm like, wait a minute. I see more of us in the grocery stores. Right? But anyway, okay, I'm gonna back away from that, but I don't want to get down that hole. But TJ's right. TJ's right. I think what's happening, he said this too, that there's a few of our people, especially the younger generation, that are cutting up and misbehaving, and they have no clue about what it was. They have no clue of how they got to where they are, even though some of them are still poor and ratchet, but they are a lot better off where they are living in some housing complex than what they would be if they were out there on Highway 61 in Indianola, right? I'm telling you. So, but what I'm saying is, what I'm getting at is this, is that the few people that are out there that we see doing this stuff, these ratchet behaviors, these hyena activities from these hyena communities, that is a small number. However, that one video will get replayed and reposted by 200 people at any time throughout the year, and it goes worldwide, and the people on the other side of the world will say, oh, they do act like that. That's how they all act. That's how they all behave. See, I told you that's how they behave. You can't trust them. Don't worry. That's how it goes. That's exactly how it goes. It can be just 100 of ratchet females, but that video will get posted 10,000 times by 10,000 different people. And then once it hits your algorithm, it'll keep coming up. And people will take that around the world and they review that to say that would reinforce what they always been told, if you catch my drift.
Well, let me say this, Richard. Is it safe to say that the boomers and Gen X just failed passing down information.
Okay, Gavin, you went through that before. I'm gonna cut you off. You said that before a couple of months ago. All right. So here, are we going to continue to try to point the blame and place the blame?
No, we got to find the root.
Hold on.
We got to find the
Where
root.
does the excuse lies, or are we going to pick up the baton and move ahead?
Yes, that's what we doing. Is what you see. We pick up the baton, me and Mr. Walker. We damn near got it by ourselves. We trying to take the whole community. But
Right.
I'm looking back and I'm like, there's fractures because I don't remember having these conversations growing up with any of my elders, anybody. There was failure. There was no information passed down.
Because kids
hold on. Y'all can't take this stuff personal. Facts are facts.
No, I have to because you blaming the baby boomers.
Yeah, baby boomers and Leon, Gen X, both of y'all.
Boomers are our fathers. Boomers are our fathers. That's why it's not personal.
Well, our fathers are Gen X like Leon and them, and early or late boomers. But
Early
y'all
Gen X and late boomers. Yep.
Well,
Yeah. I'm saying
wait,
that.
hold on.
And
So,
I
RB,
want
did you want to say something? Because I think you were trying to get in there to say something off of what I said, I guess. All right, that's okay. But Gavin, you know what? Hey, the Patriots lost the Super Bowl. Are they going to keep crying about that, or are they going to put a plan together to say, let's get back on top? That's where I'm going. All right. There's a lot of reasons why that happened, Gavin.
Well, y'all got to own up to it. Own up to it. It's healing. It's healing and owning up to it. We got to move forward. Y'all got to fess up.
All right. Okay, here. I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to give it to you. So when I was growing up, anytime a black man, Medgar Evers, Martin Luther King, and there's several others, Malcolm X, that was identified as the leader of black people, those people sent a message. All right. They sent a violent message. And if you went up and down and I just know Mississippi, if you went up and down anywhere in Mississippi, right, there was always a message, whether it was direct in your face or it was implied. Okay. All right. Once you get uppity, if you're one of those uppity ninjas, you will be dealt with. And see, that sends a message. And then not only that, then they flood the black community with drugs. That happened in 1960, man. Heroin was a thing in the black community in Chicago, long before crack cocaine, long before marijuana. All right, marijuana was the thing that was smoked by jazz musicians, but a lot of jazz musicians used heroin. A lot of, I'm none of you all are registered with the draft, right?
No, I had to register.
You had to register.
I had to register at 18.
With the boys, when you're in high school, soon as you turn 18, they come around with your draft card. They did it when I was in high school. They came right. Yep. Yeah. They pulled all. They pull you out
too, Gav, didn't they? I think they did make us sign.
Yep, they pull you out of class.
I could have
sworn.
So
they make you register for the draft now
at the beginning of every school year.
Go to the post office.
Every 18-year-old at the beginning of school.
To the post office here.
Okay, that's something I missed because Richard Nixon stopped that.
No.
Hold on. To save his presidency, because man, twice a month, the evening news, you know how they do the lottery today, the money drawing for the lottery? That's what I watched when I was growing up. That's what the family watched, was the draft lottery, where they had these numbers in bubbles and they pulled these numbers out and they put them onto a calendar. And based upon a number range and your birth date, determine whether you was going to Vietnam or whether you were deferred. Okay? That was TV viewing, the draft lottery. All right? So I had to register for the draft. Okay? And the year I turned 18, but that following year, they stopped the draft registration. You didn't have to register. Okay. All right. But I forget what I was going. But so in 19, all those things happened, man. It was a draft. We had the draft in our neighborhoods. A lot of our brothers went over there and came back hooked on heroin. A lot of fathers went over there in Vietnam and came back hooked on heroin. And if they wasn't hooked on heroin, then they had some other psychotropic drugs running through their systems. Okay, this is what they did to the black men that I knew, those black teenagers that I knew that went to Vietnam, right? That I knew from my community. And then I can multiply that out because it was a whole lot of them. And if they didn't come back all screwed up in the head from being in that direct conflict, all right, then they had some other missing parts, all right? So I'm saying this. So during the 60s, the black community was decimated, man. Police was running through the community, busting heads, all right? If there were more than 4 black men hanging out on the corner, you could be on the bus stop waiting on the bus. They rolling out on you, okay? They rolling out on you. If it was 3 or 4 of us standing around, then we a gang. You know, so they were doing things, man, okay? So there's a lot of factors that's into that, Gavin X. There's a lot of factors, even during the 70s and the 80s.
Well, let me ask you this.
A lot of factors, man.
Let me ask you this.
So to say that a generation failed.
Understand it. I understand there was a lot going to it. My thing is the lack of passing down information. I'm not sitting here trying to say y'all was bad people. You shouldn't have did drugs. You shouldn't have did this. Y'all should have told people so that we wouldn't.
Wait. You're making an assumption.
Listen, Richard. If people like you would have told us, then men like me wouldn't have been standing on the corner getting ran down on 50, 60 years.
Okay, Gavin X, here. You're making an assumption. I don't know where you live, what city you grew up in, but I knew in my neighborhood, that's what was told, and that was being told and telling to our kids. Okay. But if the kids don't want to listen and want to try it out for themselves, they want to mess around and find out, well, then what can I do about that?
No, that's true. I agree, but that was in our case. I agree. You know, we were not told by our peers.
That's why I told them don't take it personal.
Yeah.
Don't let the truth hurt your feelings. The facts are facts.
I have to.
You can't.
I need to defend
we are
where
allowed
I
to
came
speak
from.
our truth. You can't say it ain't true because of your anecdotal. When millions of young men share our story, y'all failed us. It's just a fact.
I didn't say it wasn't true.
And here's the thing. What the other quiet part, and this is not a woman bashing thing, you know, during the time we grew up, Mr. Walker, Gavin, it was 50-50 if your dad was in the home or not. We were able to run. I remember, man, being 12, 13 years old, man, I could be on the other side of town, 8-10 miles away.
Yep.
Doing all kind of wild stuff. As long as I made it, as long as I made it back home before she got worried, I did whatever I wanted to do. And so these young men are out here doing what they want to do because I got a lady friend right now. She has a 10-year-old son. This 10-year-old son is mollywopping this lady. This little boy is running her house because his father is too busy on the other side of town living in his mama's basement. And not understanding that his son is wilding out, been kicked out of 2 schools already at 10 years old. Our ladies are out here, you know, especially with the boys. When the boys get to a certain age, there ain't a damn thing a mother can do with that boy. Don't let him get 14, 15 and his man strength come in. Good God. He can pick his mama up and move her out the way. I seen it in my own house. I got an uncle. We're a year apart. He a year older than me. I'll never forget the day. I always tell my grandmother, I said, I'll never forget the day you lost your son, which was the day he came in at 1 o'clock in the morning. You was chastising and he literally picked you up and moved you out the way and went back out the door. And I also told her, I said, you waited till he was 15 to go get his father, which is my grandfather. And then when he came and tried to re-regulate his out-of-control 15-year-old son, you stepped in the way. because you couldn't take it. I said, now he's a 50-year-old bum. What do you expect?
There you go.
What do you expect? It takes a man to regulate a boy, and not just with our culture, fellas. A lot of our women go, well, he need a father figure. No, he needs his father. Ain't no substitute dad gonna do the job, gonna do the trick. And our women have been conditioned to believe that any old dude will do.
Yes.
I agree, TJ. Two things is true. It's a two-way street, though.
Yes.
So as you said that, we will not let the men off the hook. Even though it's a small percentage, they are still more accountable than the women.
Yes.
So men like my father in particular, I could speak on it. I'm not letting these men off the hook. I hold both sides accountable.
There you go. Yeah, see, I don't have
what are we gonna do
I don't have a male to hold accountable. So that's why I often say, I like to say, I'm your sons. I'm your son. I don't know my father. But we got what Gavin is saying, Richard, like, yeah, you know us. We ain't about to sit here and say, oh, we were failed. Now we about to tuck tail and not dare to be resourceful and break these vicious cycles, but just how we can acknowledge the gynocracy and all these things. As God-fearing men and logical men continue to move forward, we gotta say, hey, like I said, I've said it on camera. It would have been a blessing to have men like you. It would have been I said it at least twice. A men like you and Baba T. The way y'all talk, like Gavin X said, he wouldn't have been out there on the block like that. But we didn't have men like you, Rich High and Baba T. We didn't have you.
Okay, so what are we gonna do different? How are we gonna move forward? What now?
But we doing it. We married men, we fathers, we in the house. I was coaching football for over 10 years, giving back to young men, teaching the lessons. So we grabbed the baton, but we can still acknowledge y'all failed us. We moving forward. We ain't looking back.
Gavin, stop saying that.
We ain't looking back. We raising young boys. We doing the work. We doing the work. We doing everything y'all didn't do. We doing it.
Listen. Don't forget, but you don't have to keep speaking it. Let's not forget. Let's move forward. Don't keep bringing that up. Just move forward. That's all I'm saying.
We got to do both. We got to do both.
You do
we
both.
Must know where we come from.
It.
We must know where we come from.
Okay.
We must.
I'm gonna let you have it. Go ahead.
We must.
Do it. Go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it.
Yeah, Mr. Rashad, we got to know where we come from. I understand your sentiment, but that sentiment is almost kind of why we're here. We grew up, Mr. Walker, you're in my age range. We grew up where kids, you don't ask, you don't get involved in the middle of grown folks' business. You see something crazy or foul, you better not ask about it. You better not ask about it. That could have been a whooping. You seeing something crazy going on in your home and you ask about it. That was the quickest way for you to take a nap before you wanted to take a nap.
Okay, I'm not discounting the past. I'm not saying don't.
You know how much the reason why you have so many 35 to 50-year-old men out here on this internet speaking about all of these issues that they've had relationally, developmentally, within the workplace, is because they're just now coming at this big old age, just now coming to the realization that we were done in. That we were done in. We were not handled well. We were not taught well. We were abandoned to a certain degree, and we were not provided good tools. We're just now coming to that realization. A lot of us are. That's why you see all of these conversations and these stories. Gavin and Mr. Walker, their stories are no different than mine, and we've never broke bread together. They out there on the East Coast, I'm in the Midwest, and we got very similar stories. We're 6 years apart, and goddamn near the same story. And we're just now coming into this stuff at our big, and we had to figure it out ourselves.
You know what? Richard, I can understand, OG, much love and respect. Hearing stuff like that, can be painful. But again, definitely don't take it personal. But imagine how painful it is for us whenever we're sitting here and we find ourselves teaching our sons and pouring into them, and then we can't help but reflect and say, shit, it would have been nice to have this when I was this age.
Say that again.
Like that's tough sometimes. You're like, whoa, okay, that was dope. That was a dope experience. Would have been dope to experience that from the other end. Would have been nice. So I understand it's painful, but it's painful for all of us. That's why we gotta talk about it. But it's much love and respect, Richard.
Yeah, I mean, don't forget it. I mean, I don't forget it, but I'm not dwelling on it. I take that and I shape my life and move forward. Okay, I don't bring that up. All right, I don't forget. I don't forget, because if I live on my past glories, I will never seek out anything new. If I live in my past failures, then I'm going to always be a failure.
There's a reason why the little hat community got a saying, never forget. And we're not talking about, and they keep getting new stuff. They keep growing, but their mantra is never forget. And if you come close to their line of do not cross, you ain't got to get close. If you come within 10 miles of their do not cross line, they'll let you know, because they'll say collectively, never forget. Where's our version of that?
Yeah, I want to slide in on that one too, because exactly what you're TJ, right?
Yes, sir.
Exactly what you're saying, brother. I mean, I identify with it. With the Gavin X and Mr. Walker saying, I identify with it 100%. It's so funny, right? It's like, just like how you older gentlemen sort of bound, you have this sort of spoken thing about how you guys went through the dogs and went through that racism side of it. This is how us men at this age, 50 and under, are bonding on this topic of how we all share the same sort of feeling. And the internet has allowed us to be in one place at one time talking about it internationally. I mean, 24 hours a day. You could turn on your internet 24 hours a day, and there's dark-skinned brothers talking about how this thing is bonding us together, how we didn't know absolutely nothing about any effing thing, bro. Like, these men were around you and they said nothing. Like, I mean, most of my life I was a simp because I thought that you had to be that person. Because the only like I tell guys, the reason why Black Americans, to us island people, is like, you guys are like rich people to poor people to us, to some people. So I don't say, like, I talking for everyone, right? But the Black American culture goes throughout the world, and melanated people just stalk you. Like I tell you, you have people who don't even have shoes in Africa dancing hip hop music. Like, one of the most popular people in the world who most everyone knows is Snoop Dogg. You can put a picture of Snoop Dogg, and Michael Jordan is another one. Most countries, when you reach there, they call you one of these people. Like, when I was younger, they used to call me DMX. Oh, you look like DMX, because when I started balding my head, and I was DMX anywhere I went, people would call me some sort of racist to DMX. Oh, he's DMX, and and people would call you that, even though I'm speaking, with this Bahamian accent, sounding like an islander. But to people for years, when I go to different countries and places, I was DMX, and I wasn't even American. So I'm saying all of that to say how, when I really sit down and I think, and when I started watching Kevin Samuels right before he had died, some of the things that I sat in my living room and was like, how come no one never told me this shit? And like some things, and I'm in my 40s. I'm in my 40s, with this light bulb going on with something that seemed so, like it was so it seemed like it should be so simple, but you were like trying to build a whole pyramid on top of this little shop.
When I tell you what, shout out to Man Evolve. When I'm an ambitious individual, and I remember when I first came across Kev, I was feeling very underaccomplished, and I was sitting there and I listened to his message, and when he talked about men not reaching their financial strat till 45, I may have been 36, 37 at the time. I don't know. I don't want to lie, 37, 38. And I'm like, whoa. I said, okay, I got some time. Because like you said, it's a little sentence lifted a huge weight off of me. And I'm sure a lot of men's chest, like, okay, I got some time to be worth the dang. I'm not as worthless as the gynocracy and the majority of the world makes me out to be. I can still get somewhere. Like, yeah, I agree.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Because I share that sentiment. You know what I mean? Like, the burdens we walk around as Black men, especially from a historical presence, and then trying to manage our current societal need versus our own self. Yeah, you can feel like, man, I ain't there yet. Why am I not there yet? This is your identity is tied to this, that, and the third, and you can feel ain't nothing worse on you than your own brain. Than your own brain. Absolutely. Yeah, the first time I heard KS say that, no one was there to tell me that. I'm a big old, at the time that I heard it, I was like 41 or whatever. I was like, oh, so I wasn't supposed to be Mr. Six Figures in my 20s. I wasn't supposed, I was supposed to, so all of that screwing up I did, trial and error, making mistakes, getting fired from this, not that, working out, that was supposed to happen.
Yes.
I did not know that. You know what I mean? Now, I wish that I would have come to some of this information 5 years sooner. I do. Because it came to me late. But I wish I would have came 5 years sooner. But it's okay. Because I'm on the grind. Just a little insight into my personal story a little bit. While it's so remarkable that I'm in medical school, because I was in 5th grade and illiterate. Literally illiterate, because I was not in school from kindergarten through 3rd grade. And then it wasn't until 5th grade that somebody, because that's when I got with my grandmother, clued her in that I could not read or write in the 5th grade. I was never supposed to, because at that point, if you don't teach somebody, especially a developing kid, like their fundamentals, they say by the 2nd grade, they're done for. They're absolutely done for. And let me tell you something, how I know it's true, because of how hard I struggle with reading comprehension and writing, and something that might take a normal person 20 minutes to do or write, it would take me an hour. One of the things that I do, when I do stream, guys, it takes me, when I put together a stream for Through the Fire podcast, it takes me a week to put together a 2-hour show. But that's just what the fortitude to get over my deficiencies is there. You know what I mean? The drive to get over. I don't care that I got those deficiencies. It's not going to stop. The particular, like some of the classes that I'm going through, where I see my colleagues in the class, they're getting this stuff left and right, but it takes me 18, 19 hours to get one concept. So that's one of the reasons why, kind of like Mr. Gavin X and Mr. Walker, I have almost no sympathy for people who don't try, because whatever barriers they got, I'm still at this big old age with the same doggone barriers. I have no help. When I get down on myself, then I get mad at myself for getting down on myself, because, brother, what you getting down on yourself for? Hey, you put yourself in this situation. Get yourself out of it. And now what I really want, now if I'm really feeling towards me, I'll call my buddy that I grew up with, and his story is just as crazy as mine is. I don't like talking to him so much because he read me too well, and that makes me want to fight that nigga. But that's why we you know, we're gonna die brothers because because he, you know, will do that.
Hey, shit. Hey, man, brother TJ, listen here, man. Gotta learn at your own pace. I love those stories, man. I love those stories of resilience, man. That's what it's about. These are the stories our kids need to hear. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I get a kick out of telling my son my shortcomings and the goofy stuff I did as kids. This is another thing that we didn't get. Oh, growing up, OG Rachai, the male figures in our life, they never made a mistake. They never did anything wrong, never made a mistake. I get a kick out of telling my son I was just as forgetful. You know, I get it. Just try to remember. I was just as clumsy in that instance. Just try to do better. But we grew up, man. Them ninjas had all the answers, but one word for dag, man. But yeah, shout out to learning on the fly. Shout out to, I'm about to trigger TJ. Shout out to us fatherless sons.
That part. I mean, it's a wild thing. I'll get you in, Leon. I know you've been trying to get in. What you got, brother?
Okay. Let me try to stay on topic and address some issues that was put forth by members of the panel, starting with Rakai. He is so right. There's a documentary on YouTube called The 10,000 Day War. The Vietnam War lasted from 1945 to 1975, starting with the French. Eisenhower slid us in, Kennedy picked it up, Johnson escalated it. And what the deal is, they took poor whites and blacks and they sent them over there. And they didn't know why they were going or anything. They just went because it was their duty. They got over there, and each one had a year tour. That was what they were supposed to stay over there, and then they could re-up if they wanted to go back and everything. But what the deal was is that they saw and did things to their psyche. Apocalypse Now is now on YouTube. I just saw it. And Platoon is on YouTube. And I just saw it. And those two movies will give you an idea of what was going on. And there was only one movie that was made during the Vietnam War, and that was The Green Beret with John Wayne. That was the only movie that was made during the Vietnam War, and that was with John Wayne. And what the deal is that the 60s changed everything in the United States. The 60s was the pivot point for the United States culture, for the United States economy, because it was during the 60s that they came up with the minimum wage. That's up until then, you know, people were paying what they wanted to pay people, but like cotton pickers, once the minimum wage came in, they got machines to pick the cotton. And, you know, and so, you know, poor blacks and whites, they were out of a job. And one thing that poor whites did, they got into what poor whites are doing now. They got into law enforcement. That's how that girl Amber Geiger, who was nothing but white trash, got into the law enforcement and was doing what she wanted to do, and ended up killing a black man in his own home, and only got 10 years for it. But what the deal is this, is that Rakai Media is right. But let me tell you about Gen X. Gen X acts like we don't own the shit that is going on. That's Gen X wants to blame our parents. But the truth of the matter is us. See, I don't have any kids and I never had a wife. So what the deal was is that when I was young, back in 1985, when I was in high school, 1983, I started high school. 83 to 87, I was in high school. It was at that time I recognized what was going on, and I didn't want any parts of it. I saw what was going on and didn't want any parts of it. It took me to go through living hell to make sure that I would not go through living hell. The worst hell a man can ever go through is the one that he saw before he got into it. We've got Gen Xers that have gotten married to people who they never should have gotten married to and had kids that are now the fruit that you see. See, we Gen Xers spread that seed like fertilizer. Yeah, that's us. We own that shit. If you want to know where these ratchet ass hood rats come from, these we allowed this shit to happen. We didn't say anything about it. We just let it roll. And we wanted to try to blame our parents for it, but it's us that did it. We put out this fruit. We put out the seed, and society is reaping the fruit. And let me tell you one thing about voting. You guys were talking about them taking away the votes from blacks. They're already doing that. If they put you in prison, there are certain places where they can put you in prison and you get out and you'll never have your voting rights again. Right now. In Florida, look.
Oh, you don't have to be a convicted felon. I know if you're a convicted felon, you can. They just say if you just go to jail.
No, I'm talking about a convicted felon.
Okay.
Yeah, a convicted felon. If you are a convicted felon, no matter what, there are places that would not restore your voting rights. Now, if you get out of prison and you are not on parole or whatever like that, then there are places where you automatically get your voting rights back and all. But they've already done it. Look, there's legal slavery.
Well, listen, it's an easy fix for that. It's an easy fix. Don't commit felonies. Easy.
Boom.
Oh, I agree. Don't commit felonies. Just don't do it. I agree with you wholeheartedly. We do not have to do the shit that we do. That's it. Just don't do it. Mr. Walker said, how do you address a man that calls you boy when you're in a strange town? You said, yes, sir.
What?
And what I'm trying to say is this. This land, this Constitution was not written for us. They didn't have us in mind when it was written. We have to adopt that Constitution for ourselves. So I'm just saying that everyone on the panel has some really good points. And if you really want some knowledge, it's free. Knowledge is free. You want to know where it's at? It's at the library.
So on the internet, I ain't going to no library, Leon King. Did that mean I'm going to die ignorant? I ain't going to no library. I was taught how to read the card catalog. I see you, Richard. Don't look at me like that. I know how to read the card catalog and all that. It's right here, though. It's right. Am I tripping? It's right here. I can look up anything for the most part that's in the book. I can find that book on the internet. No?
Yeah, but look, there's nothing like for me, right? There's nothing like going and getting a book, opening it up, and getting lost in the words. See, books will teach you how to read. You know, books, look, I'm trying to tell you, man, there's nothing more nurturing to a man's mind than to find out what he doesn't know.
Amen.
When a man can say, damn, when he discovered something that was right there, it's like honey to his tongue. Mr. Walker, you're a beekeeper. You know how good that first taste of honey is. That's what knowledge is. Read the book of Proverbs. Proverbs says that knowledge is it's like sweet honey. It's better than gold. Understanding. You can get these things through books.
And through word of mouth. And through our ancestors and our elders passing it down. So we get it from the internet, books, and word of mouth. That's big. See, that's one thing that's lost in our culture. Where our culture, when we were whole, was big on, word of mouth, passing things down that way. And I believe that's how a lot of things got lost. We missed those
here. I'm gonna pull this video up real quick because we're about to get out of here. But I want to combat Leon's ignorance. Listen to Jules Santana.
Take over.
Nah, but seriously though,
his voice.
G shit though, we gotta start teaching our kids though, just financial wealth and literacy and all that shit early, because by the time they get to 9th grade, they should be just learning how to start businesses and how to. But they don't really need to know how to read.
Wait, stop.
I ain't gonna say that. I say that respectfully. I'm not saying that in a way to be literate, because you're not supposed to be illiterate, but you can.
What's more important, reading or math?
Math. Told you. Math. I think you could listen to a book on YouTube. You can still obtain the information. You don't have to know how to read.
You are all familiar with
So hold on. Listen, I don't agree with that. You must know how to read. Reading is fundamental. I mean, math can be just as important, because I'm a very big on math myself, but you must know how to read. That's like the gateway. So it goes hand in hand. But reading is, like I said, you got to. They're going to say you can listen to a book and gather the information. Well, how would you know what they're saying to you if you never learned how to read or understood the words? So it's a very important thing.
There you go. When it comes to just friendships and business partners, I do believe that's one of the main reasons why Gavin X and I mesh. He's the math man. He's the numbers guy. I tip my hat and give him. He's got that. On the other end, I got the gift of gab. I'm big into literature and the art of wordplay. That's where I excelled. So, absolutely not Jules Santana. I have gotten into rooms. Gavin X and I have acquired, contracts for other companies via us going in there and being able to articulate ourselves, read, and not presenting like these students. Jules is tripping. You could be illiterate. You could just listen to the words. Yeah, keep listening, Ninja.
So, yeah, that was the final video. So I'm going to get all of our takes on that before we get out of here. What you got out? Because Leon was sitting here. I'll get you at Leon first. You were saying reading is important, but he said you can just listen. You don't need that. He don't need to go to the library.
Look, when I was a kid, this was what the 3 R's were. We called them the 3 R's and all. And Ricard knows what I'm about to say.
Reading, writing, and arithmetic.
Exactly. See, they don't even teach kids how to write cursive. I learned how to write cursive in the 3rd grade. It was mandatory. And all. But now it's
Well, hold on. It's called the 3 R's.
That's how they say, yeah.
That's how they
it's already dumb. Yeah, come on now. It's built on a bad foundation.
Is this camera on me?
Yes, it's on.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
Go on. I'm just saying, go on. Go ahead.
Look, that was the way they wanted to try to get it people to remember, or however way they did it.
They is silent.
We knew what they were trying to say, right? And everything. But it's about not only reading, but I understand today. I have ran into so many zennials and zennials that their comprehension of what they read, they don't understand. It's not only knowing the words, it's understanding what the words are trying to tell you. So, look, Ricard said, what do we do? All right, you want to know what we do? Personally, I say burn it down. Just burn it all down.
I didn't even catch writing. I didn't even catch the writing. Shame on.
Writing, arithmetic, right. But okay, if you want to try to make it better,
we making it better.
We got to stop telling these children lies.
Amen.
Stop lying to the children.
Amen.
Just stop. Because the kids, when they find out that you lied to them, whatever reaction that you get from them, it's because you did it. When this child rises up and kills his mama and daddy,
jeez.
I watch true crime all
right, Leon, keep it clean. Keep it clean for YouTube. What you go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. Unalive their mama and daddy. There's a white girl right now in Georgia, who unalived her mama and stepdaddy. And she's in jail right now in Georgia. You can look it up. And she got on YouTube and TikTok and was mourning for her parents and tried to get true crime influencers to cover the case to get more attention. She didn't think that it would come back on her. But she's in jail right now. And what the deal is that I think she did it when she was 16, 17 years old or something like that. It just happened this past year. But what the deal is this: stop lying to your children. First of all, the government lies to us all the time. The preachers lie to us all the time. Stop. The teachers lie to us all the time. If you want to know a song that is reminiscent of today, Stevie Wonder's What's that song by Stevie Wonder?
It's a lot of them.
Come
No,
on, Leon. Come on. You got to land, Leon. You got to land.
Okay, here's my parachute. If you want to make it better, stop lying to the kids. But if you want to be with me, burn it down.
No, we don't agree with that. We don't agree with that. So,
but thanks for your take, Leon. Thanks for your take.
not that last part, but get you in, man. Evolve. What you got, brother?
Yeah, I'm one of those guys who do the books online on YouTube. That's definitely me. I read my first book, I think maybe I was like 13 years old. That's how I was running through school, doing my own thing. When I went in high school, I hardly did any homework. I hardly did any revision. It was a good thing that my brain was sharp enough that when it came time for tests, I could sit down and figure out what was in the front of me. I was usually one of the last people who finished the test, but I usually got like around about from a 68 to like a 79, something like that. Sometimes things that I was really good at, I made like an 80 and I got like a 2.5. I graduated out of school, 2.5 GPA, and I didn't do absolutely nothing inside that private school, wasting all my parents' goddamn money. But it was a good thing my mom had a job that paid half of the school fee, right? But that reading, stuff like that, most people don't even have the attention span, which is one of the things that a lot of countries are now suing Meta and these different companies for, is because the devices are made to hijack your attention and change the way that your brain is developing. And so you have a problem with kids right now where they can't even sit still long enough to be able to read. So you have to find alternative things to sort of get their attention and ways to sort of like get the information to them in a way that they would sort of like adapt to it, that they can it would sink in, and later on you can fall back on it. So I think that reading is very fundamental, that you got to get that information that you'd never got anywhere else. Because if you don't find a book to get that information from, chances are you didn't have a man or a woman in your life who was really pouring it in. And sometimes too, during that time of your life, you were so busy, full with testosterone, your mind was all about anyway trying to get in, young people type of stuff.
Get draws.
I think we do have to take that time out with our children and the younger people who will allow you to pour into them, to pour that information in, because really a lot of people are just running around with a lack of education. I mean, just fundamental education that is causing the whole world all this havoc. Because right now the technology is out that you don't even need power. You could be doing something.
Know how to read.
You know what I mean?
But yeah, I was pulling that back up. Who knows, man? Evolve. Brother Joel Santana, the jury is out. All right, who knows? These kids might be twice as smart as us or 3 times as dumb. We don't know. The future will tell, because they got all this information at their fingertips. All right, they might not be able to read a book, but they might be way more smart than us. They got the tools. So the time we taking to read a book, they're going to be using AI and stuff and beating us to the punch.
So could it be that? I like to think about stuff like that, Mr. X. How, the older generations, say, oh, y'all don't know how to, use a hammer, use screwdriver. And for our generation, a lot of that is true. Gavin X and or a few of the exceptions, we have old souls. We did construction. We know how to work and build things, but the majority of us don't. So there you go. It's just going to continue to be.
Well, now they got nail guns and impact drivers. So you really don't need to know how to use a hammer or a screwdriver. It's unfortunate. For the most part, you really don't. But so everything's being assisted, if you will.
Listen here, I know a bad man from Bright Out there will show up on the job site with a hammer and a chisel and go to work, baby. But yeah, it's It's something to think about, though. Like, are they relinquishing old skills? I know. I think reading is extremely fundamental. Reading and comprehension, got to have both. I believe they are very much needed. However, can we turn our nose up to some 22-year-old man down the line in the year 2050, and he's making, the equivalent of six figures, keeping Amazon show-stocking robots up and running? But he can't really read, but he know how to program this robot and keep it going and keep making Bezos money. Could that be a thing?
Yeah, you got to know how to read. There you go. It's too essential. It's too essential. All right, we'll get you in. Rachai, you get the final take on it before we get out of here. What you got, brother?
Oh, okay. So, good conversation, and I like the exchange. And every evening, I do self-reflection. Every evening. Been doing it for the last 65 years. I self-reflect every day. Who did I hurt and who did I help? Because I know four things about me. I have a very aggressive nature, very strong aggressive nature. I have a strong personality. I've been told that many times in meetings. Okay. I have an addictive behavior. And I'm extremely selfish. And that selfishness came through from living in a household with 4 different individuals. Okay, with a different anyway. So that's about, so I do self-reflection every day. In fact, when I get done with this, I'm gonna do it after this. So a lot of things have been shared. Yes, Gavin X. I do take a lot of stuff personal, especially when it comes to my generation, because there's so few of us left from the baby boomers that were born from the years of was 1947 to they say 63, but I don't know if that's true or not. But there's so few of us left, and the few of us that are left, a lot of us don't have that capacity to share. Okay. And so yeah, I take ownership in that. However, I don't rest on any of my laurels, and I do not labor on any of my failures, but I will never forget either one. I will never forget that. I made my life over 4 times from completely nothing each time. Okay. From the time I left high school and pursued this music career, working the Chitlin circuit, and then leaving that with nothing, and then rebuilding again my music career to secure a $250,000 recording contract with a major recording label, and then losing that through manipulation with the Chicago music industry and mismanagement, and then starting over again from nothing to going into corporate accounting. All right. It's something I taught myself. All right. That was in the 80s. Okay. And I destroyed that by hanging out with a bunch of traders and brokers. All right. Because the company I worked with dealt with a lot of traders, stock traders, and stock brokers. And we used to do a lot of extracurricular activity, if you know what I mean. And my life spiraled out of control on that until I actually relocated to come to where I'm living at now at the age of 40. All right. At the age of 40. And I started with nothing again, nothing. And I built my life to where I am now, where, my wife and I raised our daughter and got grandkids and got 2 cars and a house. Okay. And got savings that I'm trying to negotiate on. But anyway, so I do take things personally because of my generation, but I share everything with my family. My daughter and my son can tell you my story better than I can. And they may be a little bit more animated than myself too, though. But if it sounds like I take it personal, yeah, I do. but I own it. There's not many in my age group that's around. All right, so I'm gonna end with this. So you're talking about books. So I'm trying to finish this book. It's called Bottle of Lies. It's about the pharmaceutical industry. Something I think everybody should read.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
How we being mismanaged. The inside story on the generic drug boom. A lot of things that you don't know. And one thing I'm gonna give you, those little trays that you see at Walgreens or wherever, they have the days of the weeks on it.
Yes.
Tray.
Yeah, I hate those things. Yep.
Do not use that, because when you put your pills in there like that, those pills are made from different manufacturers, and those pills are like supposed to do different things, like blood pressure medication, diabetes pills, and that's cross-contamination. The active ingredients in those things, in those pills, can contaminate the active ingredient, or
Oh my
even
God.
poison the active ingredient of some other medication.
That's
what
Chat. That's extreme. Like, man, we all done seen our older relatives sitting there with that. I forget when my wife calls it. We can't stand that thing, Richard. You done struck a nerve. I got some people to tell, because that's serious, Richard. Appreciate you.
Yeah, don't use that cross-contamination. A lot of cross-contamination is what's killing us, people who are on medication. Okay, because if you're taking high blood pressure pills and something with that pill, you go to your doctor and say, "Oh, this pill causes me to have headaches or whatever." The doctor say, "Okay, I'm a lower the dose, but I'm gonna prescribe you a new medication to go along with that." And it's just a cycle. It's just a cycle. It's just a cycle. Sometimes high blood pressure medication doesn't function well or work well with diabetes medication. Okay, but this is the Bottle of Lies. I'm reading that, and my sister-in-law told me about this book that my wife's sister, my sister-in-law. I was at a wedding once, and I was talking to this lady. She was Italian, if you get where I'm coming from. And my wife and their family member was getting married, and I was talking to a female of the groom. She was an aunt or something, and she kept referring to my sister-in-law as my other wife. I guess that's something in Italian culture. I just didn't get. But anyway, I'm reading this book. I'm gonna start reading this book. It's called Sky Full of Elephants. And my sister-in-law recommended me to read this. This is about what happens when white folks disappear and there's only black people left.
When elephants fly. Sky full
Right?
of elephants.
Sky full of elephants. So so reading is fundamental, and yes, and so that's what I got. So a man involved. I'm gonna try to get a.
I was going to pull this up on the left,
invite. Say it again. I'm sorry.
I wanted to pull this up real quick for the people that didn't know. Here's the generation. If you don't know what generation you in, I don't know. They tweak this thing. I don't know if they tweak it every once in a while, but we got the greatest generation from 1901 to 1927. All right. We got the silent generation from 1928 to 1945. We got baby boomers from 1946 to 1964. We got Gen X from 65 to 80, and millennials 81, 96, Gen Z from 97, 2012, Generation Alpha from 2010 to 24, and now we in Generation Beta. That's why these babies ain't worth a damn in 2025. But nonetheless, I like to fancy, me and Mr. Walker as more, millennial. I'm sorry, Gen X than millennial. Like, we come up around a lot of Gen Xers. We grew up around older cousins and stuff and whatnot, and just happen to be older as kids. We didn't get the luxury of some of that stuff. So I like to fancy us as more of a Gen X, but I guess we are millennials.
Yeah, millennial. I don't feel that in my spirit. I don't even feel that when you say that. Yeah, I definitely Gen X, Generation X. That used to be the Pepsi commercial when we was kids. Generation X. Yeah, we Gen X. God dang it, I got an old soul. I ain't no damn.
There you go, our parents. So I know. So my mom, I used to think my mom was a boomer. I think she was born in 65. She's still a boomer. Now, my dad, I believe he's a boomer. He might be a couple years older. So I think he's a boomer. So that generation, our parents are the late boomers. All right. And Richard, you're an early boomer. So you was almost silent generation, huh?
No, I was born in 1955.
Okay. I'll put some more years on you, huh?
Yeah, come on now. My grandson does that every day. So I like it when he does it, but I'm not going to take that from you, Gavin.
But nonetheless, there's the chart though, so we all know where we stand.
There we go. Listen here. I feel like OJ. I ain't none of that. I'm just Willie.
One more thing I want to say to Man Evolve and Stephen James, he's gone, and Jay Tillman. So I'm gonna try to get schedule another discussion for us, another dialogue for us, and invite a couple more people, because some of the topics that we cover here, I think would be some good discussions. Because Man Evolved and I have had some very good discussions, and he touched on one of them today, but he didn't get into any detail. But that's good. I don't need him to. So I'm gonna leave it that. I'm gonna leave it right there.
I like what Man Evolve said about the electronics. I'm always talking about that because raising kids is mission critical at this point. The latest video I saw on children and electronics was that it is depleting the white matter in their brain, whatever that means. It sounds terrible though. And it's like you said, it's not giving them the room to grow, use their imagination, and be bored. Like when I was a kid, I used to hate being bored. I used to always say, "Mom, I'm bored." And being bored is good for kids. Let your children be bored. Now, I think back when I was bored, I would think of so many things. You think things through. You think about the future. You manifest, if you would, because when I was sitting there bored, I was thinking about things like this, thinking about being a father, being a husband, even though I never seen it really. It's things that I wanted. So allow your kids to be bored. Get them electronics out their face. When I learned that Bezos and the folks that created these electronics don't allow their children to have them, that's the last thing I needed to freaking hear. And now I be seeing these young kids walking around, they be having tablets attached to them. They can't go to the store, to the mall, to Walmart without a tablet. Abso-freaking-lutely. Now, I know some of y'all know I'm talking about. Get them tablets out y'all children's hands. Is harming them.
So there we go. That was the message for tonight. Like I said, we appreciate you brothers coming up, everybody coming up. This was an awesome show.
Always.
So, Man Evolve, Rachai, until next time, we appreciate you brothers.
Appreciate you, Izzy DeVoe. Been a member for 1 month. Says peace and respect. All Rachai sent you more info via DM. Shout out to y'all, man, sharing this information. It's needed. Appreciate you, Izzy. Appreciate you, brother Stephen James. You jive turkey. Says Gavin and Walker, you suck in any generation. Let's see what. All right, you know what, Rachai? Keep it up. Keep it. You know, Rachai, I think you about to make an appearance. Oh, I'm sorry. I say Rachai. Stephen James, you about to make an appearance in Heartbreak Theater. Keep it up, Stephen. Keep it up.
That part. So he playing silly games, silly prizes.
I mean, keep it up, didn't you? I got imagination.
So don't play with it. So there we go. We appreciate y'all coming through tonight. Wild show. All right. We were talking about where we at here. Dear America, our fight is not everybody's fight. Make sure y'all catch the replay. We hit so many topics tonight. Shout out to everybody coming up. I think we got through a lot. Brother TJ, Rachai, Leon, per usual, the whole SBC Nation, Man Evolve.
Listen here. Shout out to Truth Over Lies Final Hours. That's always the best. I love it because we started to get to the nitty gritty. Shout out to the brother TJ, always coming up here, getting deep into the trenches with the stories. Shout out to that brother. Much love and respect. I love it, man. I didn't realize, but as we were broadcasting here, there was like a YouTube outage.
I realized it. I was over here. I thought it was just me. I was on my thing. And I said, YouTube is down, trying to go to like a home page. I don't know what I was doing. I was over here doing something while the show was going on. And it's like unavailable. So I'm going to my phone. I'm like, I'm thinking my internet down, checking my routers. I'm like, can't be because everything's still going. But it's back up now. Yeah, I seen that.
Yeah. Like I seen the chat, but I hadn't refreshed my screen. So it was just playing. And then I hit refresh and it was like not available. So this is weird. But that definitely explains, you know, low attendance. But nevertheless, shout out to our loyal watchers. We appreciate y'all rocking with us this Truth Over Lies Tuesday. Man, gotta have these conversations. Shout out, always love and respect to the OG Rich High. I get it, you know, healing, you know, having these conversations can be painful. You know, I remember I went to, you know, my grandma, my mom at one time, and I just asked questions. And like TJ said, if I was smaller, they probably would have slapped me in my mouth, you know, but that was not a freaking option. So all they could do was shame, insults. It was respect to our ancestors, our elders, but it was pathetic. And the same judgment I lay upon them, I lay upon myself. So I absolutely not, but that's how we're going to grow and move forward, knowing what mistakes not to make from the past.
That part. So make sure you guys are hitting the like button. If you have not yet, subscribe to the channel as we are approaching 3,000 subs. And we'll be back up here Thursday. We may be back tomorrow for a pop-up. I see everybody on the internet up here cooking this Mika woman. So I see this video come out. We'll look through it, see if it's worthy of a pop-up show, and maybe we'll talk about it because I see everybody talking about it. So we'll see.
There you go. If you want to catch this potential pop-up tomorrow, keep your eyes and ears to the YouTube Cart Before the Horse, SBC, and Truth Over Lies streets, and you don't want to miss a thing. And I do believe this Friday we are going live on the Patreon. So if you are not a Patreon member, make sure you join. I think we got some pretty spicy content coming down the pike.
That part. So yeah, shout out Sister Olawal. Yeah, we got to see what's going on, and we'll probably be back tomorrow. We'll pop up and give our take like only we can do.
There we go. In the meantime, we appreciate you, Jive Chickens. Hit the like button and the subscribe button on the way out if you already have not. And we appreciate y'all coming through like y'all always do, supporting your channel, supporting your interests, supporting beautiful Black media, hitting that super chat, hitting that Cash App. Thank you, and a thank you.
That part. So we're definitely going to be back Thursday. We may be back tomorrow. Strong possibility. All right. It seems like a catchy story. So y'all know we got to chime in. So we'll see y'all possibly tomorrow. For everybody here, make sure you subscribe, set your notifications.
There we go. Then we will see y'all possibly tomorrow. If not, we'll see you Thursday.
So until then, I'm Gavin X.
I am Mr. Walker.
And we are Cart Before the Horse Productions.
A good evening.
We're trying to get you old now, viral online.
Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets where he need you here. Quarters of vision, fit your focus, kiss. Break generational suffering. Truthful lies, say it loud, say it clear. Left the streets where he need you here. Quarters of vision, future focus, kings. Break generational suffering.
We don't profit off death. We don't clap for destruction. We here to build men.
Not Berry Boys.
Not Berry Boys.